What's up, Brawlhalla, and welcome to the second day of Love and War, brought to you by Brawl League, sponsored by Brawlhalla. My name is Polymonto, and I'm going to be joining you for this wonderful experience tonight. And joined with me is none other than Eagle Addy himself. How are you?
I'm doing great, Polly, and I'm excited for some matches today. I'm already looking at the bracket. I'm seeing some names that we're not used to seeing, some new teams as well, and I think we're gonna have quite a lot of fun casting these sets today.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you already know. I love 2v2. I love 1v1 as well, but like 2v2 is where it's at. Like just for example, to anyone that attended BCX, like I have never seen a more hyped crowd than 2v2. It's like 2v2, it's always just like boom, 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 cool moments one after another, in your face, can't get away from it, just content levels at max. If there was an IRL hype train, BCX crowd at 2v2 would have been one.
I saw you guys sitting in the crowd there on the BCX stream, holding that Sweden flag, just jumping up and down whenever something exciting happened. That was beautiful.
Yeah, to anyone that watched the stream, that was me in the front line. I have the Swedish flag under my desk here. I haven't used it since the event though. Yeah.
You actually have that lying around there, like a massive
flag? It's in my bag. I was considering putting it up on my wall or something, but I don't. That's too much effort, and I don't make effort.
Make a Sweden flag curtain onto your window.
Like when I'm casting, sounds great, dude.
Yeah.
So anyway, as you said, super exciting players that are in the bracket right now. Now we are waiting for losers bracket and top 32 to finish up. So if you want to look in depth and see what kind of players might be coming out on top, you can go on ahead. We should have the exclamation mark bracket command in the chat if you want to go ahead and take a look. But in top 8 right now, we have Solarson and Machete going up against Simple and Hyson, Blue and Kresu going up Delta and TM, and then Blaze and Akno going up against Limitless and Jakey. I think that's the first time I'm seeing them in top 8.
And we will be moving on to the Machete Solarson versus Simple Hyson set right now as they're currently starting. So what do we think about these two teams, I mean?
That's really funny because we were talking a lot yesterday about both Solarson and Machete as we were talking about the 1v1 players, and I said that, actually I didn't say, but what I wanted to say is that Machete is absolutely crazy in 2v2. Now, although Simple and Hyson, these guys have like so much history as a team. They have like the same amount of history as Akno Blaze does.
I'm not entirely sure about that, but yes, they have a lot of history. And just one more thing for you, dear viewer. If during any time of this tournament, obviously since we're having a 2v2 tournament here, there's a lot of exciting stuff that happens. If you have any exciting moments of your favorite moments, just clip them from the stream and using hashtag CompeteBL, tweet your favorite moments from this tournament for a chance to win a Brawl League avatar.
And also mention me in them because I want to see them. I want to be able to relive all of the moments, especially if I miss something in the match. Definitely want to see that. But so far, there has actually been quite a lot of hype moments in this game, as Simple and Hyson are doing a super good job at taking out Machete and Solarson. But Machete and Solarson methodically will remove those stocks from them, trying to keep this even. But Solarson is starting to get low here.
Yes, sir. And so far, we're looking at a very strong performance from Machete and Solarson, but Simple and Hyson are bouncing right back, and now Simple is currently on the brink that we are not too used to seeing from him, as we know him as a Bodvar player. He tried Wu Shang a bit in different majors in Mid-Season Championship, for example, and Hyson on the Olgrim. I think this is a very strong comp, a very EU comp, if you might say. So,
I just have to say, I'm loving this Thor from Machete. Like, I have not seen Machete on Thor before, as I can recall. But like, as I'm seeing them play Thor, I'm just like, yeah, Thor was literally made for Machete. Like, he's playing so well on this Thor right now.
For sure, you just know him. He's been playing the Fate for a long time. He's got that orb ready. And I don't remember Was he playing Scarlet? Oh, I think that was Fozy when they were teaming, the one that was playing Scarlet. But he has that hammer available as well. He's very good at utilizing his signatures, and so far it's working out so well for him. But right now, Solarson is close to already going down out of the first match, and right now Solarson is playing very aggressive considering how close he is to being knocked out.
I mean, at a certain point, you gotta do what you gotta do, but maybe Solarson should try and be a little bit more careful here, because if he leaves Machete hanging, this is going to be a very hard situation for him to come back from, especially going up against top-tier players. They're not gonna mess up these 2v2 combos.
Yes, sir. But at that point, you gotta question, maybe Solarson is playing this aggressively when he's close to being knocked out, because that is exactly what your opponent wouldn't expect you to do. And he is probably very confident in his ability to take them out. We gotta remember, Solarson was the first person to actually go down and lose a stock in this first match. Maybe he just has an adaptation now, which seemingly he does, as he knocks out Simple right there. And even if he goes down now, that is a very strong 1v1 situation for Machete right there. Beautiful follow-up. This is what we came for.
Solarson, why do you have a stock? Why won't you lose that stock? Jesus Christ! Like a cockroach, he just refuses to go away. You cannot perish him.
Yes, sir. And you got
Solarson is crazy. Like he was, like you were saying, like he was aggressive and he was dealing a lot of damage. He was clean while pretty much not getting hit for like 2 minutes. Like that is extremely impressive.
Yes, sir. And you gotta look at it really. Solarson was on his last stock so early, and he held on it for so long while playing that aggressively. It is actually quite impressive. I think that is a precedent of what is to come in these next few games, with Solarson being able to adapt so well towards the end there and just keep putting out that damage. If you looked at the post-game damage graph, you could see Solarson tanked a total of almost 600 damage that game.
Ooh. But Simple and Eisen playing super well so far. Maybe picking up the pace a little bit after seeing what Machete and Solarson were able to do to him.
Yes, sir. So far, Simple and Heisen, just like in Game 1, looking a lot more dominant. Maybe they registered what Machete and Solarson were doing there towards the end, and now they've got that game plan figured out. You gotta... When we're talking about adaptability, you like going for Akno as your example. I love going for Simple. Simple's entire gameplay is based around strong neutral game, mini spacing, just those footsies. He spaces you out properly. It is beautiful, and when he has you on download, it is impossible to resist Simple.
Now, all in all considered, this is not a massive disadvantage for Machete and Solarson, given that Machete also will be able to get out of that sticky offstage situation pretty much unscathed. There's a lot... What I'm noticing from this game is like there's a lot more scrambling. Like before, Machete and Solarson, they had a lot of control, right? They were able to knock the opponents far away. They were able to regroup. They were able to keep their ground. They don't have to risk or push anything, because the main thing in 2v2 is like the time stress and the pressure from having so many players around you. You have so many things to worry about, and it looks like this time around, Simple and Heisen are doing a much better job at just stressing Machete and Solarson out.
For sure, they're putting a lot more pressure on Machete this time. Seemingly, as you can see from the damage percentages, both Machete and Solarson are going down pretty evenly this time. They're not just focusing out Solarson, as they saw how that didn't work last game. Maybe they focused too much on Solarson because of how fast he went down. And this time they're trying to focus on a more overall damage spread, but Heisen being the first one to go down onto his last stock, this game is not yet over, and Machete and Solarson have a very good shot at winning this.
Yeah, especially as Solarson is beginning to favor the Lance a little bit more. He will go down there, but Solarson favoring the Lance a little bit more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's no secret that when it comes to stressing out the opponent and taking up a lot of space, the Lance is pretty good.
It is indeed. You might say that Lance is one of the strongest weapons in 2v2, but so is Axe and Spear as well, which is why we're seeing that. But currently, we have a Hammer and an Orb on the field. We have Machete on the Thor, and I think Hammer, after the recent buffs coming back to it, it is a lot more viable again, and I think we'll be seeing a lot more Hammer than we're used to recently in today's tournament.
Hopefully. Hopefully. I really want to see some more Hammer, but we'll just have to wait and see. So far, Simple and Hyson, they have been on a slow decline in terms of their lead. Solarson and Machete are tightening up the gap between them. GC sidelight wake up from Machete, that was one of the craziest wake ups I've seen, but it won't matter too much as he's now stuck in this 1v2 situation. This will be hard. He finds the first signature, he tries to look for the nair. Machete is looking clean.
He's throwing out those signatures in a 1v2. He's confident about not getting hit there. Hyson a little bit terrified to continue that hit right there, scared of hitting out Simple, but that does pay off as they go into game 3, evening out the score 1-1. Hyson doing an incredible amount of 700 plus damage that game.
Yeah, Hyson has been performing super well so far. That Olgrim pick is working out super well for them. But also, I feel like Solarson and Machete, they have a lot more wiggle room in terms of adaptability because they have they have more weapons in the roster, right? They have the Orb and they have the Hammer, as you talked about, and I feel like the main strength that they can utilize in their team is Orb's ability to just like interrupt your teammates' battle and just come in and sweep the opponent away. In the same way that, you know, Gauntlets and Scythe can do, you can just jump into any situation and start flailing moves around. If you're good and if you're accurate, which Machete is, you're gonna be able to throw out and stress the opponent so much.
Yes, sir. And going into game 3, we are not looking at any character changes. Seeing how these first 2 games went very even, I think this time we're only going to see minor adjustments from both sides, not too much character switching unless a game goes horribly wrong for either side. They're going to just take it with their adaptability and play it out with little adjustments. Going into this game 3 right now, we are seeing a very even game once again, but Solarson putting out a lot more pressure than in the first 2 games. Taking that control, throwing out those signatures, knocking Hyson down first.
Oh!
And with the beautiful hits right here, Simple getting back to stage and not letting them knock them out both at the same time.
It didn't hit, but did you see how Machete's Hammer signature and Solarson's Axe recovery, like their hitboxes, were like so tightly together that they created this massive hitbox? That was super accurate, but it won't be hitting, and Hyson and Simple have to use this opportunity now, using the stock advantage that Simple has, but he will lose it fairly soon.
Yes, sir, that spacing, just spacing out the opponent with the hitboxes that you're putting out is beautiful, but Simple on the macro spacing knows exactly how to move around those things and keep himself alive. And we're back to a very even state of the game right now. Machete on the beautiful target switch right there. I don't know if that was intentional, it looked a bit unintentional, but it worked out in their favor. Targeting at Hyson a bit more in this game. Maybe they realized after the last game, Hyson did 700 something damage. We might need to change things here.
I mean, we've been talking about Hyson, or at least you and me, every single time we're on stream and we see Hyson in 2v2, we mention how insanely good he is at playing support. Like, he might not be the kind of player to go in and pull off the massive string that will get clipped on Twitter and give you 300 likes, but he will be that guy that just stays in the background that you don't really notice that much, and at the end of the game, you scratch your head and you wonder, how did he get 750 damage?
Yes, sir. And Hyson right now being on this last stock, Simple the only person to still be on the second stock, getting bounced around. Now Hyson is in a very sticky situation here where he gets comboed with a beautiful synergy work here by Solus and Machete.
This is doable.
This is very doable for Simple, but you gotta admit that was a piece of art right there.
It was so good.
In the middle of a 2v2.
Yeah, and it's such a good display of the synergy that Solarson and Machete have right now, and because of that, that's going to make Simple's job at reversing this even harder. If they're able to get something going on the road and get one of these team combos, start, you know, bouncing Simple back and forth in between them, Simple is done for.
Oh, but Simple playing this gorgeously right now, putting it down to a 1v1, one more hit, and Machete will be out here. I don't think he makes it back, but he does. This is still doable for Machete, but we're looking at an entirely different game now, with Simple just needing that one quick little poke to get Machete out of here. But Machete's holding on very well, poking him out with the side airs, with the nairs, and the down air there, but it was not enough, as Simple just needed that one Sair to finish up the game. But that was a lot closer than the last one, and I think we might be seeing a Game 5 of this Game 4 goes the way I think it will.
Very, very beautiful end game there from Simple, able to reverse that situation. Of course, nerves are probably going to be high. You're top 8. You're starting to get very close to earning a pretty big bag. You gotta be... If that was me, I'd be a little bit nervous. Especially in 1v2 situations. I mean, hell, I get nervous in ranked 1v2 situations.
Now, if I am not wrong, the payout for this tournament is top 4, and as they are currently on winner's side, they're very close to getting those payments. They just need to win this set, and they are in the money. Now, Paulie, there is quite some large prize pools on these Brawlhalla community tournaments and officials, obviously. If you were to ever get in the money on these tournaments, do you know what you would do with the money?
Oh, I would. Honestly, it would probably be something really boring. I don't spend any of my money, and I haven't spent money for like 3 years.
Now, I remember, I think it was Ninja that did a very interesting video, like interviewing pro players. What did they actually end up doing with the money? And as you might be able to guess,
yeah, I remember.
As you may be able to guess, the majority of the pro players actually mentioned that they are just saving it, which.
Except for 720 Polyshot, spending all of it on food.
That's a banging decision, to be fair. I'd spend it all on food as well. Just go to some fast food place every day, gain some calories, and put on that weight, which I desperately need.
Simple with a huge idea with the dare there off stage. Solarson, super tricky situation, almost wasn't able to get back to the stage. And again, we have this back and forth where now I feel like Simple and Hyson, they're controlling the stage a lot more.
Yes, sir. And looking at this game, sorry if you heard the dark bark there, there was a doorbell going off. Machete Solarson currently very far ahead of Simple Hyson, but Solarson is getting closer and closer to being nudged onto that last stock of this, while Machete is still in the first one. You might be able to guess they are looking to knock out Solarson here.
Yeah, and this is kind of this is the dilemma, right? At least for me, that doesn't really understand how to play 2v2 super well. But I want to ask for your input here. Right now, there's a big difference between the health of Solarson and Machete. I don't know what Machete is planning, but in a situation like this, should Machete start playing a more aggro to even out your stock count, or do you want to tank and try and wait for the 1v2 at the end?
Now, obviously, this is just my opinion. They are the pro players, I'm just the caster. I would say yes. And the
which one?
Yeah.
So you want this or this? Yes.
Yes, the more aggressive gameplay from Machete is what they need right there. As you might be able to guess, that is also very reliant on the team play by the two of them. As Solarson, while he is closer to being knocked out, obviously he's going to be chased down. He needs to move towards Machete. A lot of players, when they're close to being knocked out, just focus on staying alive, just running away. But if you're a good 2v2 player, you're going to use the players chasing you down and run towards your teammate to make it easier for your teammate to actually get those hits in on those players chasing you.
Yeah, 100%. I think I would say the same. I think that's usually the conclusion I draw as well. So far though, I don't know which one Machete is planning right here. Don't really matter too much, as Solarson is just doing such a good job at sustaining his stock here.
Indeed. And right now we're looking at a very rough situation for Simple Hyson here. Simple once again in the 1v2, but a lot less doable than the last one. And I think, unless Simple pulls out the craziest 1v2 in the history of Brawlhalla, we will be moving on to a Game 5, and yes, we are.
Alright. We are going to be continuing, and the players moving swiftly past the legend selection screen. We are going to be seeing the same legends yet again. And of course, this is also something I usually mention. When you have players that are this skilled, and also, you know, this is pretty close so far. These games are fairly even. You know, it's not, no one is getting dominated here. you can definitely just continue pushing forward and try and brute force your way to success.
Yes, sir. But I'm thinking maybe Solus and Machete at this point have a slight edge over Heist and Simple. In the previous game, in Game 3, they got the 2v1, and then Simple pulled out an insane 1v2 clutch, and this time we got another 2v1 situation against Simple. I think they have the game plan of getting Simple out as early as they can, and then just play the 2v1 against Simple. And then unless Simple pops the hell off like he did in Game 3, it is looking like Machete, Solus, and half the plan.
It is indeed looking like they have the plan. They have been very successful so far. It is all going to be coming down to this last game, a match point of this set, to see which one of these teams are going to be ending up in eliminations and which one will be advancing to winner finals.
Now, when I'm thinking of Simple, I think of Bodvar, but he is on the Brynn right now, and us two being both being Brynn mains, how do you like seeing Simple on our character?
I love watching Simple on that Brynn. You know, I already knew that Simple was really good at Axe, as I've seen them play Teros previously. But their Spear, first time I saw it, genuinely surprised. Extremely skilled with this Brynn.
Yeah, and obviously I think we're probably in the same mindset here that every other Brawlhalla player probably is. When a pro player whips out your main character, that is a joyous occasion. That is the best place for you to study and learn how they play that exact character. And you will be able to pick up some new things and see how your main can be utilized at the top level, and it is a beautiful thing to see.
Oof, beautiful recovery from Simple, able to recover back onto the stage. Going to be continuing to wield this Axe. He will get disarmed, but Simple still refusing to go down, sustaining the stock. Machete with the swift KO, though. Now Heisen is in a lot of trouble.
Yes, sir. And right now, Solus and Machete just on top. Machete with the insane gameplay on the hammer here right now, really showing how good he is at utilizing a beautiful follow-up right there, piling up that damage. But Machete Solus currently getting a lot closer to going down to the last stock. Simple Heisen slowly catching up and evening out this game. Machete only one on his second stock as of right now. Very close to getting knocked out. Barely survives that ground pound as it knocks him upwards. And he is still holding on, Paulie.
He is definitely holding on so far, but Simple and Heisen, they're getting super low at this point. It is looking like a Solarson and Machete winner finals is very possible. We're coming closer to it by the second, but if Simple and Heisen are able to knock out Solarson, but it might be too late. Heisen is already stuck in this 1v2 situation.
Now, if Heisen gets a quick knockout on Solarson here, and gets the insanest 1v1 against Machete, he might be able to do this, but it is currently looking rough. Beautiful throw off the wall, perfectly angled. That is a Game 5 victory for Solus and Machete. And they will be moving into winners finals.
Machete with 4 KOs and 700 damage. These players, they're feeling good today, Addy, and they're looking solid. These guys are going to be a force to be reckoned with in the winter finals.
Yes, sir. But if we are talking about a force to be reckoned with, you gotta take into account we are about to watch Delta and TM versus Cresu Blue. And when you hear the name Delta TM, you, dear viewer, might be thinking, oh, I kind of know that name. I remember that. Where do I know them from? They are your 2v2 Autumn Champions from 2022. And that is for a good damn reason. They are amazing at follow-ups and team combos. I think we're about to watch a very, very, very exciting set from these 4 players.
We are probably indeed going to be watching a very, very exciting set. Delta and TM, of course, having played together a lot, many tournaments played together, PR5 and PR6 respectively. These are incredibly good players at 2v2. And I love watching them play. I really, really enjoyed watching them during like the Bodvar meta in EU, because TM's Bodvar and TM's random ground pounds that he would do. Like, I have so many sequences stuck in my head of TM like randomly doing a sword ground pound and it just working out wonderfully. His sword is so exciting to watch. But today, he will not be on that Bodvar. He will be on the Cross. Blue and Cresu on Brynn and Pearl.
Yes, sir. Moving right into game one, we've talked about the champions, but let us talk about Team Red here a little bit. Blue, obviously one of the most dominant players in European history, as back in the day, him and Agno would always go back and forth in grand finals. But as you may know, Blue, maybe you don't have too much of an idea, dear viewer, who Kresu is. Now, if you don't know Cresuda is an incredibly good 2v2 player. I believe he has mainly placed in 2v2, not too much in 1v1, with multiple top 8 appearances, usually teamed with Zyder recently. And he is not a player to be dismissed at the top level, as he will hit you really, really, really hard.
100%. This is a team to definitely be afraid of in this bracket. Bracket demons, as they say. But TM and Delta, as mentioned previously, are equally as terrifying, which, I mean, is just kind of what happens when you enter top 8 territory. So far, though, Kresu and Blue have garnered a little bit of a lead. Delta will be able to get that KO there. TM now hunting for these. Oh, the Enlight into this Hammer Serve while he is in active frames. Small little 2v2 combo. The players are probably face palming right now, wondering how could we miss that. But I would pat them on the back and say, hey, you still got good damage out of that, dude. That's good.
That was on a great setup, and you were talking about Kresu Blue being in the lead there, but with Delta TM, no lead is enough. They can take stocks in the matter of seconds. With their team combos, they have that synergy. There's a reason why they're a championship team, and they will make 2 stocks of yours disappear in 10 seconds, if they can.
They will, indeed. They just said, hey, hold up, are we losing right now? I don't think we're having that. Then they decided to enable their monitors and go Goblin mode. They are absolutely crazy right now, and they are riding on the wave. TM is having a little bit of a harder time as he's declining into the orange of his last stock. Delta might need to tank a little bit here.
Ooh.
Oh, but that's TM down already!
That was a beautiful ground pound by Blue, and you could really see TM trying to time and place that to maybe get the chase touch out of that by hitting that recovery, but it didn't work out timing-wise as Blue perfectly hit that ground pound as it was supposed to be and knocked out TM right there. Right now we're in a 1v2 situation, but Delta, not to be dismissed as a 1v1 player or 1v2 player either, this is still winnable for him.
Oh, and there's the 2v2 combo, not able to finalize it. Off of the GC, though, showing great ability to just adapt to the situation from these players as well.
Yes, sir, but right now, this is looking incredibly even. Delta having that stage control, knocking down Kresu there, but not able to make it back. The target switch by Blue was beautiful right there. Delta not able to get himself established on the stage once again to fight back on Blue. But if he did, that would have been a dangerous situation. Kresu was out of the game right there. Blue would have been in the 1v1 situation if he didn't just hit that ground pound. That was really, really good by Delta.
Extremely good by Delta. Delta is entering a flow state right now, leaving that game with a 750 damage on the board. However, TM having a little bit of a harder time finding himself in this first game, thinking that maybe a legend swap is the way to go, and now we're seeing this sword on the Koji that I was so desperately craving. But Blue and Kresu with the unarmed and axe combo to start off with, they're all giving TM a break here, Addy.
Ooh, Paulie, when I look at these gameplays, I just look at the way they're moving. It's like they're dancing across the field. Their movement is so beautiful and smooth. It is going crazy with the beautiful team combos there. As soon as TM goes down, they are immediately on Delta with the team combos. Keep it going. Delta close to being knocked out, but Delta TM are edging. They're grabbing them by the neck and they're holding on.
We have all had those days where we go into the ranked queue and we just feel like we are playing the best we have ever played in our entire lives. All of our attacks are hitting, our movement is on point, we make no mistakes, and you ask yourself, did it finally happen? Did I finally become a good player? Then you wake up the next day and you're not good anymore. Sad, man, Pepe hands. However, these guys, judging by the way they're playing, looking at Delta, like, all of the players on the screen right now are in a flow state. It is crazy how well these guys are playing.
Now, at this point, I'm not even sure if it's the flow state or if this is just how they always play. Delta TM, Blue Crest, both very, very good teams, and at this point, it's a question of consistency, I think. They have a flow state for sure, but this is just another average day for them. They come in these games, they do the craziest combos that your average player would be so excited about. They would clip it and they would put it in a montage as soon as they can. They would go like, Redar, please, make another one, put me in it. And then Delta TM are just out here chilling. They hit these every game.
For XX Noob Slayer 74, it was the most traumatic experience of his life that he will remember for generations to come. For Delta and TM, it was a Sunday. And they were playing in ranked 2v2 and they were kicking some butts.
For real, and we're now in an opposite situation of game 1 with Blue being in the 1v2 situation. Can he play it as well as Delta did earlier? Seemingly not so, as Delta TM almost get that beautiful team combo right there, and he does go down to the high for side sig by Taro's hammer.
Beautiful game yet again from Delta and TM. The Koji swap up for TM doing such a good job. TM, I don't know how much damage he had last time, but I'm pretty much certain it was under 300. This time around, dealing more damage and more chaos than Delta. Super, super good call to swap that legend. We are actually getting yet another legend swap. This time around, though, off the other team. I don't believe Kresu was on the Olgrim before, right? What was Kresu on?
Kresu was on the... let me lie, Bryn? No?
Bryn, yeah, I was feeling like Bryn too, but you know, it's hard to keep. It's hard to keep track sometimes as a caster, guys.
Yes, sir. But going from the Bryn to the Olgrim, which is a very favorable pick for you 2v2, and keeping the axe, abandoning the spear to switch it out for a lance, this might work out in their favor. As right now they're on a quick lead right now. Delta TM seemingly struggling to adapt to the character switch. Will they be able to adapt within the next minute, or will it take the entire game? That is what we have to watch out for here.
Definitely have to watch out for that indeed. TM will be the first player to drop a stock. Delta looking like he might be soon to follow here, but he is tanking very well. Blue will knock him away, creating a pseudo 1v1 against TM here.
Yes, sir. And TM going down first is a reconnaissance of game 1. And right now he's in a dangerous situation as Blue just goes in. Blue is playing incredibly aggressive today, isn't he?
Blue is playing very aggressively indeed, doing so extremely well, and these players are absolutely dominating right now. Delta will be able to get a quick double KO, but the damage has been done. Kresu and Blue are in a massive lead right now.
Yes, sir. And I am looking at the bracket right now. Sorry if that's a bit away from the game. We have our entire top 8 established. After this set, we will be seeing Sapphire Ascript versus Jesser Mooner, which I'm excited for, and then Blaze Agnew versus Limitless Jakey. We will talk about those players later, but moving back onto the game, we currently have a situation that could mirror game 1. We have Kresu and Blue a little bit ahead, but Kresu being close to being knocked onto his last dog. So is Delta as well, though. But
Delta?
TM is the one
with that GC deal?
The danger zone. No.
Delta?
No.
What is Delta doing? Okay, I've been seeing so many tweets by Delta recently that he has been struggling a lot with lag. Is this Delta when he's not lagging? Is Delta that one anime boss that's like, you mere mortals will never understand. I have been using merely 1% of my real power, and he is unlocking it when it is needed the most. The TM will go down. It is up to him to clutch the 1v2, but Kresu and Blue are looking so good at this game, Addy.
Yes, they are, and Delta, being the anime protagonist that he might be, as he said, in the current 1v2, can he do it? He probably can, but right now he's in a very rough situation. Eddie's getting edge guarded in a 2v1 situation with a small edge like this. No platforms to escape to. It is a very, very minuscule task to get back on stage, but Delta manages to do it, close to knocking out Kresu here, but Blue, being the danger that he is, keeping the edge guard alive, and Kresu with the quick lance sider knocking him out of the game. We are looking at a 2-1 for Blue Kresu.
Kresu and Blue able to close it out. Kresu on, I believe I saw 5 KOs coming out from Kresu. That Lannis has been doing wonders for him, and this legend swap of Kresu going from Brynn over to the Ulgrim has been super beneficial.
Yes, sir. And going into game number 4, I believe. Going into game number 4, we are seeing no character switches from either side here. They are very confident that they can win this. I think they found their team comp. We will not be seeing any more character switches probably. They are in their zone right now. Now it's just a matter of adapting to your opponent and getting that team play going. Delta TM on the team combos. Actually, never mind. Did TM switch his character? I just realized. Yes, he did.
Yes, he swapped over to the Brynn. Now, having the axe and the spear, no longer using that sword. Oh my god, Kresu's playing so good today. These players are crazy, Addy.
They are indeed, and Kresu Blue taking a strong lead. Blue barely damaged here. This is looking entirely different once again, and I think Blue Kresu are looking to end the set with this match. Can Delta TM hold on here or not? That we will see here, Baldy.
Kresu and Blue, so far they are definitely in a very strong lead right here, trying to commit to this offstage as well. Delta with the ground pound though will be able to find that stock off of Blue. Trying to follow up now onto Kresu. Dare's now going to be connecting. He's leaving TM in a sticky spot here, but Kresu won't be able to knock him away, capitalizing off of it.
Sir, and Kresu is so close to being knocked out, but he's just keeping it alive. And right as I say that, the Caster's Curse comes in. He does go down, and now Delta TM are slowly nudging away at the damage lead that Kresu Blue had at the start. We are looking at a way closer game than we did just a minute ago, Polly.
It is a very close game indeed. Delta and TM slowly but surely starting to take it back here. They are not in the lead yet, but if they keep going at this pace, they eventually will. Blue is trying to find this KO right now onto TM. He will be able to land though. It's looking like a Delta TM reverse right now, Addy. I'm not going to lie.
Yes, sir. And now Delta TM going down to their last stock, but he's on a strong edge guard with the beautiful weapon throw, knocking them both out. We are in a dead even game again. Now, listen here, that was not what I was expecting going into this game. Blue Kresu had such a strong lead at the start, and now we're at a dead even game once again. TM Delta brought this back so well.
Going super well indeed. Kresu super damaged here. It is key that they both sustain their stocks here, but as Kresu starts retracting, as he starts being a little bit more careful, they are just starting to hammer down on Blue. Delta will find the KO on Kresu, trying now to find one onto Blue. Desig would have been it, but it's not going to connect.
Now, Blue playing this 1v2 really well so far, trying to not get in the middle, but it is not enough as they needed like a total of 3 hits to knock him out right there. One thing I want to point out as we are going into game 5 right here is the beautiful teamwork between Kresu and Blue right there at the end. Did you see how they utilized those team combos? They didn't go for the entire thing, but instead Blue did the seemingly better option there with the spear ground pound, which I've never realized that you could really do there, as that covers both sides.
I also want to say, I did not play during the time that Blue was in their peak, and they were, you know, they had some dominance over in the EU region. I have never in my life seen Blue play better than he is right now. Blue has either like picked up the game, you know, practiced it like crazy, or he's having a super good day right now. I don't know if you agree with me on that though.
I think Blue might have just been practicing the game again. For the longest time, after Blue was as dominant as he was at one point, I would not see him in the ranked queue whatsoever. Maybe he was just practicing in custom games, but he would not play too much ranked. He would play a few games, win the majority of them, and then be somewhere on the leaderboard. But I believe as of late, he has been practicing the game a lot again, which is why he's showing up so well in 2v2 as he is right now. And it's just showing how good Blue really is at the game. He can take a longer break or a competitive break from the game, start practicing again, and be right back on it.
and he has such an amazing teammate to rely on whenever anything goes wrong his way. Kresu has been looking so solid all throughout this set. Delta and TM, they need to step up their game right now because Kresu and Blue are improving exponentially, and they will not be showing any mercy, Ari.
Yes, sir. Exponentially being a beautiful word to describe their improvement. Delta and TM are holding on quite well, though. They're both getting very close to being locked into the last stock, with Blue and Kresu just building up the damage. But Delta TM do still have the control. You can really tell Blue and Kresu are going in there trying to get those big hits. They're trying to get the damage, while Delta TM seemingly just want to set stuff up. They try to get that stage control, set up the team combos, but it's not quite working out for them as Blue and Kresu play around it beautifully, but even then, TM Delta are not players to be dismissed in 1v1 situations either.
Oh, the recovery from Blue as well. All of these players, they're playing so well. They are just like continuously trying to one-up each other, and it's turning into this infinite loop of just going bananas.
Yes, sir. In these situations, Paulie, I don't know about you, but I would get very, very nervous in a match like this. This is very close. I would be sweating. Sweat drops dropping down my my forehead. I would be nervous as hell.
It is turning into a game of stamina here. Which players are going to be able to keep their composure for the longest? TM definitely needs his composure right now, as he's now into this 1v2. Can he do it? He's up against two of the most promising players we have watched in this entire tournament, and they have two entire stocks.
Sir, but Kresu being a little bit more damaged, I think TM is gonna try to build up some damage against Kresu to the point of where Kresu has to be more careful so he can be in a more of a 1v1 situation against Blue. As usually it goes this way, if one player is more damaged than the other, he is gonna be in the back, and you can play more 1v1 against the one less damaged, but we will not see too much as TM goes down right there, and Game 5 goes to Blue and Kresu.
Super, super well played all throughout. Blue ending the last game with 610 damage to his name. They are looking extremely solid today. It looks, just looking at their gameplay, it looks like they are feeling good. They are feeling confident, and they are feeling good, and they are ready to compete. They are going to be going up and advancing to the winter finals, where they will face off against Solarson and Machete. Which we will see later when we advance to top 4.
Yes, sir. And if you didn't know, these players are not fully out of the tournament yet, as they are in losers quarters finals now. Delta TM sitting at the top, waiting on the set between Sapphire Ashgrape and Jesse Muna, which we will be moving on to now. Now, Sapphire Ashgrape may be players that you are not too familiar with. Now, do you know Sapphire Ashgrape?
I know Ashgrape. I don't know that much about Sapphire, though. We are going to have a lot of time to talk about them, but first we have to take a small, short break. We can't be spoiling all of the fun for you immediately. We gotta keep some of it back, you know, so that we can build up the anticipation. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself some water, grab yourself some popcorn, or just don't move and stare into a blank wall for 5 minutes, because we will be back very, very soon.
Yes, and one more time, if you haven't done so yet, do clip your favorite moments of this tournament and tweet them out with hashtag CompeteBL, because if you do, you will have a chance of winning a Brawl League avatar if you post a very, very nice moment from this tournament. Don't miss out on that chance. But we will be heading to break now. I will see you guys in a few minutes. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Love and War 2v2 tournament from Bar League. This time, we will be heading into the losers bracket, and I believe we had a little change. And instead of Sefri Ashkay versus Justin Moonen, we will be seeing Akno Blaze versus Jake Limitless first. And I'm very excited for this set, as a lot of people may not know. Obviously, you know Akno and Blaze, the most dominant 2v2 team in probably Brawlhalla history overall. And then we have Jakey Limitless, who people probably don't know. I'm excited to talk about these guys. What do you know about them, Polly?
What do I know about Jakey and Limitless now? I know very, very trivial things. I don't really know how they play. I don't know how they play as a team. I haven't seen them too much in 2v2. Of course, anyone here that played Multiverses might know that Limitless for a very, very, very long time was rank 1 Europe in Multiverses. The Jakey, I don't know that much about. Do you have any other insight on these players?
Well, yes, Jakey, long-term clan member of ours for a very long time. Very good player, strong Qatar player, strong sword player, as he is locking in the Val right now, and we are currently heading into Game 1. Also, the brother of a good friend of mine, LGD Star, if someone's familiar with that name. The younger brother of him. And a very, very, very good player overall. But for the most time, he was more of a guy you would see in ranked at the higher elos, and not too high in the placements and tournaments. And I'm excited for the potential that we have of seeing him here, and then potentially seeing him in future majors as well.
Now, this is the time for their skill to be truly tested. Again, as you mentioned, the team that had probably one of the most dominant runs in 2v2 in the history of Brawlhalla, Limitless and Jakey, they've obviously made it all the way up here. But do they have what it takes to take down Akno and Blaze? It is going to be super hard, but they are so far making a very valiant effort.
Yes, sir. And if we look at Limitless and Jakey, you might think, Limitless, rank 1 in Europe of Multiverses for a very long time. Can that carry over to Brawlhalla? I think it does. They're very similar mechanic-wise, the two games, and if you're a good Brawlhalla player, then usually you were pretty decent at Multiverses. I think the reverse probably works as well, as we can see with Limitless being in this top 8.
Okay, Blaze sustaining this stock super, super well so far. Super even, actually, surprisingly, coming out from Jakey and Limitless. They're doing a very good job of keeping this competitive, keeping it good. But, of course, this is something we say about every single good 2v2 team. 2v2 especially is the kind of game mode where once you get the ball rolling, it just absolutely starts snowballing. And before you know it, you're going to have a massive boulder that is unstoppable.
Yes, sir. And right now, Jakey Limitless doing pretty well, but they're still a little bit behind, as they are barely able to damage Blaze so far. Looking for the team combo, they're not quite finding it. But the damage buildup on Akno is quite big right now, and if they want to bring this game back to even stocks, not even damage-wise, they have to knock out Akno here, which they do, and now they're trying to look for the 2v1 situation on Blaze, which they are not able to convert, as Blaze is just so damn good at 2v1 situations. And that does a lot of damage with the crossover team combo right there. That was quite impressive.
Nice energy coming out from Limitless now as well. They are starting to have a very hard time. And again, the ball is rolling right now, Eagle Addy, and it is picking up speed as Blaze and Akno are still on 3 stocks, about to take down Limitless at any moment now, but they're fighting back.
Yes, sir. The ball is not only rolling, Blaze has picked up the ball. He's dribbling it right now, and he's just crossed over Limitless. And now he's looking for that ankle breaker on Jakey, I believe, with Akno being his 2v2 teammate. They're looking to score that basket and break Jakey's ankles. Yeah.
Oh, great ground pound coming out from Jakey, taking out Akno, but this is going to be a extremely difficult 1v1 situation as Blaze has an entire stock up on the Jakey.
Yes, sir. This usually, with any other player, I would say this might be possible, but this is Blaze we're talking about. Obviously, it's always possible, but Blaze is one of the most consistent players that you can find anywhere. And I think unless Jakey shows us that he is capable of the most insane plays, this is probably gonna go in Blaze's favor.
Probably will indeed. Blaze pretty much just one hit away from finding this KO now. He's looking for the Sears, he's looking for the Endlights, but Jakey has the offstage situation and he keeps it going. Is he going to be able to get another hit? No! Blaze is going to be able to get back up, but that's still a lot of damage. He fumbled the opportunity he had, but he is a lot closer than he was before.
Yes, sir, that was almost really clean. He had the opportunity there. If he just did that ground pound a little earlier, that would have put Blaze in a rough spot. But right now, a damage buildup is still paying off as Blaze is struggling to find the KO on Jake. And right now, with the XD light, I was about to say Jake is looking for the W, but right as we say that, Blaze knocks him out and does 826 damage that game. Holy, that is mental.
This is, I would like to say this is more even than all of us were anticipating. I'm not going to lie, you know, as a enjoyer of esports, I try and predict the results of the games. I was thinking Acno and Blaze sweeps this. Like Jakey and Limitless, they are good. They got to top 8. Like they are super good. But Acno, Blaze, I mean, they're in a different league. They're in a different dimension. Like Limitless and Jakey aren't even close to that level of skill. And here they are, surprising me with top level gameplay against one of the best teams in the European region.
Yes, sir, and you saw how Jakey was schmoovin' there at the end. He was ready to take down Blaze, and he almost did so as well. I think in this game, if Limitless stays alive for a little longer, but right as I say that Jakey goes down first, if Limitless and Jakey stay alive a little longer, I think this may, and just may, very well go into their favor this time.
Now they do already have one stock up on him. Now a second one. Great 2v2 combos coming out from Acno Blaze. And the chase dodge downwards into the ground pound from Acno. That's like the sort of strings offstage you would see from like a Qatar players. Acno just whipping out on gauntlets. I'm not even sure if I've seen anyone do that. That was incredibly good.
Now, I'm looking at the stocks. And just as we were hyping them up, it's not looking too good right now. Jakey and Limitless on a very rough spot right now, with Jakey already being down to his last stock. Limitless almost a little bit damaged on a second, but that is a rough situation as Acno Blaze just went down from their 6 stock onto a 5 stock. Acno still holding onto that first stock. This might be GG's already on game 2, unless Jakey and Limitless pull some insane gameplay out of their pocket here.
Jakey and Limitless are already thinking about game 3. Like this, of course, anything is possible. They are still going to try. They're going to be playing this game out, but I can assure you they are thinking about game 3. They're looking at that stock count, and they know just as well as us that this is not looking good.
I think at this point, they're dragging this out so they have time to think. They are probably, because Acno Blaze made some type of adjustment after game 1, because they did not like how close that was. And now Limitless and Jakey are spending this time that they're dragging the game out with to figure out what did they change? What can we do to bring the game back to how it was in game 1 and possibly even win? And I think they might have figured something out as Jakey is switching his crossover. Not the character, I was thinking for a second. that is the crossover change. It is not Akuma anymore, it is Michelangelo now. He is changing things up with the skin that reminds me of Zapapi the goat. And I think that is also a mental change. He's going in here with a different mentality now. He got a bit violated earlier with his first look going down as early as it did. And this time I think we might see the third game going into their favor, unlike the first 2.
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely possible. If anyone can do it, it's going to be them. But Acno Blaze, as you mentioned, they changed something. Or maybe, perhaps, it could also be Jakey and Limitless maybe changed something. Maybe they became a little bit too confident. Maybe they, you know, they leaned back. They didn't keep their gaming posture.
That reminds me of that one meme, you know, where you get serious and you lean forward.
Yeah. That, you know, maybe Jakey and Limitless, you know, maybe they lean back a little bit. Maybe they're starting to chill out. So they have to regain, they have to re-strategize. Acno giving Jakey a very hard time. Limitless, unfortunately, going to be ground pounding his teammate there.
His
Acno
brother
already in a pretty strong lead.
Jakey's brother, LGD Star, probably just went into his room and went, "Jakey, you're bad." And then Jakey leaned himself forward, and now he's ready to bring this back.
They're coming out from Akno. Both of these players winning the scramble so far. Doing an incredibly good job in this neutral game. Limitless will be pushing him off stage though. Beautiful string. Weapon throw into the jump. Ground pound on the land is extremely clean by Limitless. And then another KO with the neutral signature.
Now, I think what I just suggested is exactly what's happening here, as Jakey Limitless are slowly bringing this game back. They are even on stock count, but not so even on the damage numbers, as Jakey goes down to his last stock right there, and Limitless is close to doing so as well, which he does. He sadly did not get the touch there. But Jakey and Limitless are looking a lot more comfortable again in this Game 3, and potentially they can still bring this back, but they're a full stock each behind. Very rough situation for them.
Full stock behind on the board across both of the players, and Akno and Blaze are keeping it going. We were talking before about how once that ball gets rolling, it's hard to stop it. Jakey and Limitless, they did a good job at slowing it down, you know, but you still have like a 200-kilogram snowball going down at like 150 kilometers an hour. You're not really going to be able to tank that.
Indeed, but Limitless knocking it down to the 1v2 situation with Akno Blaze being on one stock each. Now, this is the question one more time. Does the Multiversus skill convert? Maybe Limitless will show us what a Multiversus player is capable of.
Super difficult 1v2 to manage here. Blaze trying to hit the GC sidelight all the way up there. Not going to be connecting. Great nair from Limitless. Going to be picking up the lands, but he will be going down very quickly to a Sair coming out from Akno. Blaze and Akno, unsurprisingly, still extremely solid right now. Limitless and Jakey are having a hard time. Limitless managed to do 500 damage, but Jakey is starting to fall back. 1 damage, 200 damage. Sorry, 1 KO, 200 damage.
Now, this may be a sweep, this may be a 3-0. Jakey Limitless not managing to take a game here, but they did really give us a scare on that game 1. They really got close to taking a game off of Akno Blaze, being as dominant as they are. It is quite impressive how close they got, and you gotta take into account how Jakey Limitless actually ended up being in top 8. No, I'm sure they won't like us pointing this out, but Limitless Jakey just earlier in this tournament knocked Fozy Godly out of the tournament. They probably went into this set looking very, very confident with their ability of knocking out top players like they already did.
That is crazy. That is like the craziest thing I've seen in a community tournament for very long. Although, objection, Your Honor, it was a community tournament, not to discredit Godly and Fozy, but it's still incredibly impressive, for sure. We are going to be moving forward, though. Coming up, we have, actually, yesterday, you and me, we were talking about what are some of the next talent that we're going to be seeing in the European region. Right now, we have 3 of the names we mentioned in the lobby. It is going to be Jesser and Mooner fighting Sapphire and Escape. This is going to be a banging set. What do you think about this set?
You know what I'm thinking about this set? I think that's gonna be a lot of Lance right there. Both Sapphire and Escape are known for their Lance. Escape just locked in a non-Lance legend, but I think we might be seeing a Lance from him as well during the set. And Jesser being the level 100 Orgrim, just like Sapphire, both whipping it out, slapping that 100 Orgrim on the table. Munir is looking a little menacing right now, going into the set, being the only non-Lance player.
Yeah, Escape did reach out to me before the tournament started and was like, yo, by the way, just so you know, you're probably expecting like a Lance Legend or something from me. I'm actually going to be on the Luke throughout the entirety of the tournament. Of course, Luke been looking extremely good in the 2v2. Both blasters and the gauntlets, phenomenal weapons in 2v2. So maybe he has been practicing that, been on that as of recently. But we are jumping into the first game of this set. And it is going to be on a Miami Dome. Jesser Mooner versus Escape and Sapphire.
Yes, sir. And going into this, I'm expecting to see a lot of team combos here, as they have quite some nice team comps, weapon-wise and legend-wise, to pull off some crazy stuff right here. And I think with Cross being as good, and you see it right there with the setup, with Cross being as good, with the signatures to follow up and finish off those combos, I think we'll see some really, really clean stuff from both sides here.
For sure, this is probably going to be a very back and forth, drawn out set. I'm definitely not expecting a sweep here. I would be extremely surprised if there's a sweep.
Definitely not. Both sides have quite the scary gameplay to go up against. And I think personally, if I went into these, I would not have a game plan because Moonir Jesser are so good at the game, and they've been steadily improving. And Escrape, Sapphire, you could say the same thing about. They've just been steadily getting better, and they keep doing what they're doing. They're so good at what they're doing, which is why they're here. You just cannot go up against it unless you're prepared.
Oh, Mounir! Mounir, what are you doing? He's trying to commit to it too, but Sapphire, super good lands Nair to interrupt that ground pound. Mounir went from like getting destroyed to doing like the best recovery I've seen in so long, and then like trying to gimp unarmed. That was crazy. Mounir is feeling good today, Addy. Watch out for Mounir. Keep an eye on him.
Now, I'm always keeping an eye on Mounir KO, as we know. He is an incredibly good player, but you gotta keep into account Jesser is adding up to that right now, as he is keeping that pressure on Sapphire and Escrape. They are close to being knocked onto their last stock, and I think right now we're looking at a really, really even game that can go either way here, with Mounir going down first, just as you were hyping him up.
And Escrape and Sapphire are going to place themselves in a lead here. Look at Sapphire's HP. He is going to be going down so quickly from that Endlight by Mounir. And this is a great opportunity to get this stock off. But Mounir and Jesser, instead of trying to get that KO, are instead going to ensure that they have the weapon advantage. What do you think about that decision making?
You can say, we've had this discussion multiple times before, and it has been a discussion on the official Brawlhalla stream, that if you're actually in an advantage state, if you have a slight damage lead over someone, but he has the weapon and you don't, at that point you can call that even. And I think they're going for the weapon because that slight damage lead probably doesn't matter unless you have a weapon or not. But Mounir going down out of the first match, and Jesser looking like he's in a rough situation. This 1v2 is looking a bit hard to do.
Escrape is looking so accurate, finishing it off with the side stake off of the platform, utilizing it so we won't have to spend a risky gravity cancel. Super even and competitive first game. Yeah, I mean, I think my call at the beginning of the game was pretty accurate. I think this is going to be very even from beginning to start, but we are going to be seeing a legend swap. It is going to be Mounir going over to the Chun-Li, which could have some interesting effects here.
Yes, sir, and I'm just noticing something as we're in the lobby here. All four of these players are actually in the same clan. These guys are probably friends, if you think about it. So they probably have a lot of experience going up against each other, which is probably making the set more exciting for them, as it already is. Because you gotta think about it, you have your friends, you play with them every day, or almost every day, and all of a sudden you go against them on the big stage. That is extra excitement. That would make me very nervous. I don't know about you, but that is really, really hype. Just think about facing your best friends or any of your friends on the big stage.
For sure. It is always interesting to see when players go up against each other. Please, Addy, remind me, who were the two players that played rock paper scissors on the official stream?
Oh, I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been Tinix and someone else, but I'm not entirely sure. I remember what you're talking about though. That rock paper scissors was banging. Why are you asking though?
No, because that's what I always think of when I think of, oh, players fighting each other. Okay, they're either going to like try super hard, or like a lot of times, at least more often than if you are not friends, they're just gonna goof around, dude, because it's like, you know, especially if you're in a winner's bracket, but in a loser's bracket, of course not.
For sure. And one thing you can be sure of, if you're friends with your opponent, if there's any technical issues or you get disconnected, they 99% of the time will always wait, because friends have that respect with each other. But going back to the match, Sapphire being the first one to go down to his last stock, it's looking a bit rough for the red team right now, but they are not quite losing yet.
Okay. GC sides are coming out from Jesser. Escrape good reversal, but Munir with the GC silent recovery all the way up there. Jesser and Munir, looks like they've stepped up a little bit, Addy.
Yes, sir. And Munir Jesser, when I'm looking at them, they have not done too many team combos yet. They are looking more for those 1v1 situations, if I'm not wrong. And they're really utilizing that. Munir Jesser are probably so confident in being able to take both Sapphire and Escape in the 1v1 situations that they're not even too worried about synergizing their team unless they're behind.
Oh my lord. That offstage synergy though between Escape and Sapphire was only a couple of hits, but they maneuver around each other so well. They are like a hive mind, interconnected. They know what their teammate wants to do.
Indeed. But right now we're getting closer to the second match being over as well as Escape heads into the 1v2 situation with Sapphire being knocked out of game 2. This is looking like a more possible situation than the first one, but beautiful follow-up by Munir Jesser in the 2v1 situation. Escape goes back pretty highly and gets delayed ground pounded, and we are moving on to game 3 with Munir Jesser being up 2-0.
And there it is. Taking it back. We already have a back and forth starting. I didn't actually see if we had any legend swaps coming out from either of these players. They went by the legend selection screen very quickly, so I'm going to assume they didn't.
I don't think they did, and yes, they did not. We are heading into game 3 with no adjustments character-wise, but probably the game plan has changed, and I'm sorry I have to correct myself. It is not 2-1 for Jesser Munir, it just felt like it. We are 1-1. The score is even right now, so both these sides
Okay.
are...
I'm sorry. My heart skipped. How do you find a team combo in the first 4 seconds of the game?
Well, sometimes you just go in and you say, screw it. Let's try. And when it works out, you know what I mean?
Oh my god! Look at the way Munir and Jesser are positioning around each other. They're setting up for team combos non-stop. The only thing that's on their mind is sandwiching their teammates. I can only assume that like after this game, they were like, okay, we just won because we hit a lot of really good team combos. Let's start fishing.
Yes, sir. Jesser Munir, even after that strong start to the game with all them team combos, are very close to going onto their second stock as well. This game is still great. The positioning is great.
They are only fishing for team combos, and Escape and Sapphire, I think they're starting to figure out, as they're now starting to, you know, apply some pressure and not allow them to passively sit in one position waiting for their teammate to hit them towards them. They're starting to counter this tactic quite well.
I think Munir Jesser probably had the stream open. They heard me saying they're looking more for 1v1 situations, and they were like, maybe we are. Let's show them some team combos. And yes, they did. That is a lot of synergy to start off these games, and right now we are looking at a lead from Munir Jesser one more time. That signature from Jesser knocks out Escape, slightly damaging Munir, but that is a big advantage state for Munir Jesser here. Jesser not in the position to team combo there as he was weapon starving. Sadly, that would have been a lot of damage for them, but they are in a dead even situation one more time.
Dead even indeed. Munir not having a weapon either, going to be hit by that signature as well. Escape, great recovery. Escape is schmoving on those gauntlets, dude. He's moving around the place so effortlessly.
Indeed, but I'm looking at Escape right now. He was not in a good situation, and off the top, Munir with the insane 1v1 play right there, knocking him out of the game 3, looking like it might be in the favor of Jesser Munir here, unless Sapphire whips out the lance, pulls out the big hits. Yeah.
Jesser had 2 stocks and Munir had 1, yet Jesser was sporting rather than the player with more stocks being the aggro.
That's a similar situation than we had with Solis and Machete earlier, didn't we? Where Solis
Maybe they
was still
want the
aggressing
1v1.
well.
I can't think of any reasons to do that unless they want the 1v1, but that should be Sapphire out. Now the back and forth has stopped, and Munir and Jesser have won 2 games in a row. It is 2-1 on the scoreboard for the Dutch duo.
Now, as these sets are heating up and we're heading further down the tournament, I want to remind all the viewers, especially after we've just gained a lot of them, if you tweet your favorite moments from the stream using the hashtag compete BL, you have a chance to win a Brawl League avatar.
Also,
So,
mention me in the tweets.
yes,
Mention me
me
in the tweets
as
so I
well.
can save it.
Yeah.
Mention me in the tweets so I can save it on my computer, please.
Yes, Sarah, we love rewatching the hypest moments of the tournament. And
It's like the worst feeling ever. It's the worst feeling ever when like you saw something and you're like, oh my god, my mind is blown. That's the craziest thing I've seen this year. And then it's like you go to the VOD and you can't find it. You look at the clips and no one clipped it. You go to Twitter and no one is talking about it. You know, any esports enthusiast knows how annoying that is.
Truly, whenever I've dabbled in TOing and hosting some tournaments myself, and whenever I go back to watch and there's no clips of like the hypest moments of the tournaments, it's just tragic. As a TO, as a caster, as anyone partaking in those tournaments, organizing them, working towards those, you always love seeing these tournaments get clipped, seeing them hyped, and maybe potentially you have the opportunity to make a compilation out of them. But going into this next game, Game 4, Munir Jesser looking extremely strong, just taking 2 games in a row. Escrape, Sapphire actually doing what I was expecting them to do from the start. Escrape now on the legend we know him for, the Orion.
Very, very lethal pick from Escrape. Not going with the Luke anymore. This could be a massive switch up as Escrape and Sapphire are going to be able to control so much space on the screen, and already Munir going down in the first 30 seconds of the game.
Indeed. And this is looking a lot more strong from Sapphire Escrape. I think that character switch may have either thrown off Munir Jesser, or maybe Escrape is just so much more comfortable on this character pick than the previous one. Maybe the Luke was just something he was warming up with. He's practicing to get ready for Spring Champs, and this is his actual pick that he's still so strong in, and it's looking like that might be the case, Polly.
Yeah. Super strong lead so far from Sapphire and Escrape. They have not even lost their first stocks. Now Escrape will be disarmed. He will be able to knock away Munir though, and setting up the Enisig on the unarmed as well. Sapphire sustaining the stock. This is a completely different team, and now that Escrape has swapped over to the Orion.
I think the double lance just puts on so much pressure because those moves drift. They take up so much space. They have so much force. They have such a high killing potential. If you have 2 lances on the screen, especially with 3 being on the screen right now, with Jesser also holding one, you just don't have many places to go, especially on a small map like Demon Island. I think that may be the deciding factor for this Game 4 right here, the map's choice.
Yeah, for sure. You are, especially when you have, like right now, 3 lances on the screen. Everyone is flying over the place. It's like, yeah, bro, just avoid their threat coverage, and it's like the entire map is the threat coverage at this point.
Exactly, just avoid the threat coverage. But where? How? Where am I supposed to go?
Alt F4, obviously, that's your only way out at this point. But Sapphire and Escrape, disagreeing, are going to be able to get that KO. 4 stocks accumulatively on their team as they take this to a Game 5, Addy.
Now, I don't know if you were looking at the same monitor that I was, but that was such a strong showing from Escrape Sapphire right there. They had a 4 stock. All 3 previous games were extremely close, going back and forth, and this time, Escrape whips out the Orion once, entirely different showing. So dominant. Will we be expecting the same showing from them in Game 5? Maybe, maybe not.
Now, I actually was not looking at the same monitor as you, since you are in Germany and I am in the Kingdom of Sweden, but I can confirm, as I said earlier, Escrape and Sapphire, with this Orion switch up, they are a new team. They are playing this so much better. They're playing so differently. Jesser and Munir, as we've been talking about tonight, it really comes down to how much are you able to stress out your opponents, and Jesser and Munir, they're not allowed to set up the combos they want to. They're not winning the scramble. They will get that first KO, following it up maybe with a second one here. There it is. They have a way stronger start now.
Ooh, and once again, Munir Jesser just proving us wrong right after we say something. We were talking about how there's so much threat coverage and you have nowhere to go on Demon Island. They heard that. They were like, No, you're wrong, dear caster. This is one more time why you're the caster and we actually know what's going on. We know what's up. We are going right back to Demon Island and we're showing you how you can avoid that big threat coverage. Because right now, they are in the lead. They're showing us exactly how to do that.
100%. Jessir still sustaining the stock. The only player with a lead, given Jessir and Moonir a very, very small and fragile lead here. But as I say that, I mean, they're building up damage ever so slightly. Sapphire and Escape are falling behind.
By quite a bit, but the damage on Moonir is actually building up right here. That weapon throw might have saved them a bit right there, because he's very close to that KO, and he does go down to his last stock. Now, Escape, Sapphire, you may be looking at their stocks, you're thinking they are ahead, but with how damaged they are, and as I say it, it happens, they are now both down to the last stock, with Jessir still holding on to a second. It's like a rough, very, very rough situation for the red team right here, but if they can potentially get Moonir out before they take too much damage and have a rough 1v2 against Jessir, this is still very, very possible for it.
Moonir's looking quite shook up from this game right now. He is running around the place, throwing out blasters attacks left and right. He's... What did I miss? I was too busy looking at Moonir.
You missed Jessir going crazy. Jessir just taking him off the top.
Someone clip that. I need to see that then. I need to see that later. Jesus Christ.
Escape is gone, boy. Escape was just taken off the screen from Jessir. Jessir just said, no, this is over. You are not bringing this back. I am whipping out the lance, and you do not have any say left in this. Moonir bringing him Sapphire back right here. He just said, this ain't over yet. Get over it, boy. And, alright, as I say that, it finishes. That was an insane way to finish off the game for Jessir Moonir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Dutch duo are advancing into top 6. I believe, actually, don't quote me on that, when it comes to, you know, the major community tournaments and also the officials, this is the first time that Jessir and Moonir have won a game in top 8. Maybe someone in chat are going to be able to correct me on that, but I'm fairly certain I've never seen them this deep in a bracket.
Sir, and I'm thinking, right, Moonir, Jessir, how did they bring it back so well? Because game 4 was so dominant for Escape Sapphire. They came in there with a 4 stock, and now it's almost like a complete mirror in game 5. Just what goes through these top players' minds when they make these minor adjustments to just turn that around entirely? Because looking at game 4, you would have thought, yeah, Escape Sapphire, they have this in the back. And then Moonir just go, no, they don't. And I'm just wondering, how do they do that, Paulie?
Yeah, no, I'm not really sure. They will be advancing further in the bracket, which means that Sapphire and Escape are unfortunately going to be knocked out of the tournament. Enough of that, though. We have some more gameplay. Addy, we're not done yet. We have more sets to cast. What are we looking at?
We are looking at Hyson Simple versus Blaze Agno.
Oof.
And we've talked about them more than once, more than twice, more than 100 times. Blaze Agno, Hyson Simple, this is a matchup of the century. We've seen these matchups so many times, and I would love to have a stat right now of what their all-time score in tournament is. Oh,
I am looking for it currently, and they have played 57 to 28 games. This is how many times these guys have fought each other. With, by the way, 57 games won to Agno and Blaze, 28 games won to Simple and Hyson, giving Agno and Blaze a win rate of 67%.
That is insane. I don't think there's any 2v2 team out there with a massive tournament score like this one.
I don't think so. I don't think, honestly, maybe someone is able to find like a more extreme example, but I think like across literally all game modes, all regions, I think there's probably not a single match history larger than this one.
In 1v1 maybe. There's a lot of people that have faced each other in Grand so many times. But in 2v2? No. That is a crazy score. And I think heading into this game 1, both sides are well aware of what the other side is capable of. They face each other so many times. They know exactly what to do right here because of that matchup knowledge. And going into this, Simple Hyson obviously being on the lower side of that win rate, I think they have something up their sleeve to turn that win rate around slowly.
Yeah, we say it every single time we see Akno and Blaze. When they are in elimination side, it's a completely different beast. Like it's not the same team. They are two new players. We saw them earlier going up against Limitless and Jakey. Super good show in there. Playing extremely well. I believe this should be this is the same team composition as well. They are going to be coming on the Luke and Olgrim.
Indeed, and the Luke and Olgrim, you might think, guns, lance, maybe that doesn't work out that well, but surprisingly it does. And Akno and Blaze are probably about to show us exactly why it does. They are so good at making weapon comps like this work, and show us how beautiful it can be when they do synergize.
100%. So far, Akno and Blaze doing a very good job at pushing Hyson and Simple away from them. But Hyson very quickly evening it out. Massive axe string onto Akno. Hyson is looking solid on that axe.
Indeed, but right now, Akno Blaze in a slight lead. Knocking out, right as I say that, they take that lead back. Akno being knocked down onto a second stock. Simple Hyson, probably with a big plan here. Beautiful target switch by Simple there. Everyone was probably already in their head, playing it down that scenery off that side lane there. But Simple had different plans. He saw Blaze in that corner, ready for the punish. He did a beautiful backdash or a chase dodge into the neutral stick to punish Blaze and take that first stock. Amazing gameplay.
Very amazing indeed. Akno and Blaze, they're starting to have a little bit of a harder time though. Akno all the way down at red here, Addy. Simple and Hyson building a pretty solid lead here. Having a lot of control over the stage as well with these axes. Simple and Hyson, they're just so accurate with these axes, man.
Now at this point, with how many matches they've played against each other, Paulie, do you think at this point Simple Hyson are just fed up with it? They have that plan. They know exactly we can beat these guys like this and we should be winning this. We have the plan, let us execute it.
Well, they might do, but you know how it goes. You know the amount of people that have been able to take one game off of Akno and Blaze, and then Akno and Blaze just activate the Konami code, and they will just you will get destroyed.
Indeed, it feels like every major, or during the time where they were winning every major, it felt like Akno Blaze went down to loser's side.
This might
Everyone
be it,
thought,
you know?
This might be
This
it.
might be it. It could happen right now, and then, you know, that's how, you know, people said this might be it like 20 times, and then we stopped saying this might be it.
They did it almost every time. You would sit there, you would see them go into loser's bracket, you would look at the team that just beat them, and you think to yourself, how? Are they the next up-and-comers? Are they winning this tournament? This could be huge, you know? And then you just see Akno Blaze whipping out everyone. You see them sweeping and knocking everyone out on the loser side and just making gorgeous comebacks, taking the grand finals reset. But right now, we are looking at a chance of the opposite of that happening. Maybe Akno Blaze actually going down here because we are already on loser's side and they have just dropped game 1 to Simple Hyson.
Very well played by Simple and Hyson. Winning not by a very large margin, but I would still call that a, you know, fairly confident win. We are going to be seeing the legend swap already here with Akno swapping over to the Kaya.
Indeed, but this is a pick that we have seen more than once from Akno, as he has actually won a major utilizing this exact pick against the menace Godly himself. So I think this is a very strong pick from Akno, and this might be where he is switching over to serious mode. They just dropped that game, they realized, oh damn, Hyson Simple, they came in here with a plan. They are a threat, a genuine threat to us. So we have to turn up here, we have to play even better to be able to take these guys out right here, or this is going to be over for us today.
And it looks like Akno and Blaze are looking just a little bit more confident this time around as Blaze, I mean, look at Blaze HP. We're 30 seconds into the game. Your HP should not be light yellow right now.
And you gotta look at it, there's always the discussion of support player, aggressor in 2v2, that little role split, and right now I'm seeing a beautiful example of it. Acnoblaze just such a picture-perfect 2v2 team, where Acno is the aggressor and Blaze the most impressive support player that you can probably find on the planet, and has been for the longest. It is
100%. Acno being the player most damaged right now on the blue team here, starting to play a little bit more careful. You see him hovering over the right side of the screen, not really going in, but now he's stuck in this rough spot off stage against Simple and Hyson, and Acno will be going down.
Ooh, this is looking strong. I was thinking maybe Kaya, he's taking it for the high defense. It's a very good pick. It stays alive for very long. But right now, Acno is struggling to stay alive. He's always going down first. This is looking like Hyson Simple have figured out if we just destroy the aggressor, the support player is going to have to step up. And if the support player cannot keep his aggressor alive, we have destroyed their synergy. We have destroyed their game plan. We can bring this back.
That offstage by Acno, Jesus Christ. Sniping the weapon throw. Like, a weapon throw snipe is like, you know, it's very respectable and very impressive on its own, but he predicted the trajectory of the opponent with a weapon snipe into the GCD like ground pound for the KO. But Hyson and Simple are still looking super, super solid. They may have lost that stock, but they still are looking so good right now.
Indeed, Acnoblaze recovering from that big lead that Hyson Simple had. They are in rehab right now. They're ready to be released from the clinic. They are bringing this back, but Acno is so close to getting knocked out and leaving Blaze in the 1v2 situation, which is possible for Blaze. But anytime, no matter how good the player is at 1v2s, you do not want to leave your teammate in a 1v2 situation, because you can never, no matter how close or how easy it looks, consider it a one situation.
And it is going to be coming down to a final 1v1 between the Old Grims. Hyson versus Blaze. Hyson is able to knock Blaze off stage. Going back and forth a little bit. We'll get that Nair. The recovery catching the side of Hyson, and that is going to be Acno and Blaze winning the second game by a extremely small margin.
Indeed, that was very, very close, and I think we may be looking at another character switch from Acno here, as he is in the lobby, the only person to yet lock in a legend, and we are! And I'm looking at this character, I don't know about you, but I don't remember the last time I saw Acno play this.
I'd never seen Acno play this.
Loki, I think I might not have either. Acno being on the Diana. I don't know if anyone in the chat or the viewers has ever seen Acno on this pick.
I mean, it makes sense, though. It makes sense. It's a good pick, because Acno, you know, he's been playing the Blasters as of late. Of course, his Koji is insanely good. We all know that he has one of the best bows in Europe. This is a super solid pick. The signatures as well. As a player that used to teams with a Diana player, let me tell you, those signatures, they're something else.
Indeed, they have such high force, such good KO potential, and once they're hit, you are in a bad spot as well.
It's not even like the force, it's the angles. Like, all of them send you to like the bottom right, bottom left corner, and it's like, what are you gonna do from there?
Indeed, and they are very, very quick as well, especially on the bow, I believe. The down sig, the side sig, they are perfect
and
to just throw out after a setup. I remember, like, a few years back, when Diana was still a bit of a newer character, there were people getting diamond by just doing side light, side sig over and over. And whenever you got out of that, you would get hit with... Yeah, that was also a thing. But in 1v1, if you got managed to avoid the side light, side sig, you probably got hit with a neutral sig instead.
Shout out to anyone that remembers black hole combos, those were the days. But back to reality. Blaze and Acno right now, having managed to even out the set, they're going to want to win this second game and get ever so closer to winning this entire set now. They are doing pretty well, but Acno still, I feel like Acno is struggling. This could be a bad day for Acno potentially, Addy.
It may not be that simple, as Simple is currently putting a lot of pressure onto Acno. You just see him chasing down Akno whenever he can, and Heisen putting the pressure on Blaze, keeping him away from it. I think Simple may just be having a good day rather than Akno having a bad day.
Simple and Heisen still able to sustain this lead. It's a fragile lead, but they have the weapon advantages as well. Simple will be going down. Heisen maybe soon to follow. Akno commits to it, but Blaze will have his back as Akno fails to find it. Simple, run. Listen to me, Simple. You do not want to challenge them in a 1v2 situation, but as he's running away, he's stuck himself on the left side here. Managed to get back, but Jesus Christ, his heart must have been racing there.
He was running out of options. I don't know if you saw it, but I saw them sweat drops coming out, IRL and in-game. He was out of options there. He barely hit that cider and got the chase touch to get back to the stage. That could have ended really, really poorly for Simple right there. But right now, they're back in the game. They're gaining the lead with Blaze being close to KO potential. But amazing ground pound by Akno. He was not letting that sit. He heard us saying he might be having a bad day. He was like, no, no, no. I don't have bad days. I just have happy
Akno is an enigma. Akno is an enigma. It's like, I don't have bad days. I either try or I don't. And then he started trying, and I mean, what a bam. You know, Simple and Heisen are having a little bit of a hard time now as Akno and Blaze manage to finish up the third game, putting them in 2-1 on the set.
Indeed, and looking at this, I think we're going with the same character picks unless Heisen is switching his character. What are we thinking of the set so far, Paulie?
Heisen and Simple can do it, man. It's possible. Akno and Blaze, you know, they're an incredibly good team. I feel like they are starting to get shaky, almost as shaky as my voice. They are having a hard time closing out some of these things. They're having a hard time controlling the scramble that happens. This is not like a peak Akno and Blaze.
Indeed, this is getting very, very close. And as you mentioned earlier, Akno seemingly struggling. I think they have a game plan of targeting out Akno when they can and then putting pressure 2v1 onto Blaze, which seemingly has been working well so far. But Akno and Blaze did manage to turn that around. Maybe that game plan works well, but it is hard to execute, and you just have to be really, really good to actually do it. And Akno!
Okay, you know, is that going to be? Is that if they're still hunting for it? They're still going for that.
Off the top.
That's Akno, calm down, please stop. Did Akno and Blaze pick this map? No, it was Heisen and Simple, right? They lost last time around, so they picked they strike last. Why would they go here? Akno is just abusing the ceiling and these platforms.
Oh my god, and Simple seemingly gone off the bottom again. This is a dominant game for Akno Blaze right here. They are ready to end off this set.
50 seconds! 2 stocks left! 2 stocks left! 50 seconds! What is happening right now? I'm finished. I'm finished. Wallahi, I am finished. I cannot speak.
Listen, you know what that reminds me of? One time
Akno, no, please, no. Akno, stop! Akno, please. At this point, you're just giving us like flashbacks.
Hello?
And
Hello?
It's over. That's a 1 minute 20 second. 1 minute 20 second game, and that's 3-1. It's over. It's over. Blaze and Akno, they did it. That I have casted Brawlhalla Esports for more than 2 years. I have never seen a crazier game in my life.
Listen, I know that was a lot, like, the stage's fault with, like, the small kill boxes, knocking them out as early as it did, but that was insane gameplay. Akno Blaze just, they heated up the engine. They were going crazy.
They were going absolutely crazy. Should we even try to break down what happened there? I feel like that game, I feel like most people would prefer to be forgotten.
Most likely, but I do not want to forget
but not
this game.
discussed.
I do not want to forget this game. I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna be a game I will remember for a very long time, and I don't know if I'll remember it for just how crazy Akno Blaze went, or if I'll remember it for the map being so quick to KO people.
Why that map? Yeah, we're not going to go into a rant. partly because we are done here, guys. We are not going to be casting anymore. We are going to get swapped out for, I believe, Evo and Slow Motion, which is going to be a banger duo, so you'll be in good hands. My name is Polymonto. You can find me on Twitter at Polymonto. Adi?
You can find me at RealEagleAddy, and I just want to take one moment to shout out again Brawlhalla, BMG for sponsoring this tournament. We gotta acknowledge, without them, these tournaments would not be possible. And one last shout out to Senketsu, who should have been here today, but he had very important family matters to attend to.
Check out his Twitter.
Check out his Twitter. New additions. Yes, sir. Check out his Twitter. He's having new additions to his family sometime soon. Let us all keep Senketsu and his family in our hearts, in our prayers. Let's hope that goes well and like a healthy child, or two even, comes out. Anyway, this has been Polymonto and EagleAddy. We are heading to a break now. We will be seeing you hopefully on the next tournament. It has been a joy casting, and we will see you all soon.
What is going on, guys? I am Slow Motion. I am with my boy Evo, and we are here for Love and War 2023 EU 2v2 edition, and we have got some bangers lined up. We were sitting here hanging out, getting ready to come back from break, and these guys were in here spazzing out on their keyboards. They were literally giving me a seizure with all the podium swaps. I don't really know if that is part of the tech, part of maybe the game plan for today. Oh, it looks like production has some clips of it. I don't know what they were doing. I think it may be a good indicator that they are ready to get into this game and that they're thinking that we're maybe taking just a little too long, but that's okay. Like I said, though, I am here with my boy Evo. How are you doing today, brother?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. Got up, played some Valorant, went to do some climbing, and now I'm back here, casting this tournament.
Awesome, awesome. And cast this tournament, we certainly are. Me and Evo, we are here till the end of the show, everyone. We are here all the way through your grand finals. We are here for the rest of the journey we are about to take. These guys are getting their legends locked in. And why don't you tell us a little bit about this first match that we have coming up?
Well. We got Delta TM versus Jesser Munir. You know, Delta TM is definitely an unknown team. Unfortunately, I haven't been following the scene closely recently, so I'm not entirely sure what exactly they're going to be playing. TM does seem to be locked in on the Tesca though. Their opponents, Jesser and Munir, rocking that double lag, obviously coming from the Netherlands. They're gonna be starting on the Luke and the Macho Man. Quite interesting.
We've been talking about how we haven't seen any Tesca today. None. Like it has been a battle boot less tournament. And we're getting treated with the very first game of our block, man. We're gonna see him pull out the Tesca.
I am slightly concerned about that, considering that I'm not really too familiar with battle boots either. As I said, I have been kind of out of the loop recently, so I'm not exactly sure how well this is gonna go for me.
No worries. We're gonna have some fun with it. We're gonna watch some Brawlhalla, and that is gonna happen either way. And these guys are big brain in this map selection. Looks like we are gonna go to APAC. And here we go. First game of the block, first game of your final run here. I think we are in top 6. And we are dropping into APAC. Delta and TM versus Jesser and Munir. I know I messed those names up, but I'm going to do that all day long. And just like that, though, we are into this first game. And they're just kind of breaking up here in the center of the stage, trying to get those first runs, get that initial download. Keep an eye on this Tesca. I think it's going to be a little bit of a wild card this set.
Absolutely, getting some great damage out there with those gauntlets, putting some damage onto Munir, but he gets hit with a side stick, getting beaten off stage. Delta though, gonna hold up really well in that 1v2 for Sion.
Ooh. Oh, that's... Everyone's talking about how Battle Boots does not KO. Got a really good knockout off of that attack there. Now we're going to line it back up, trying to get that 2v1 on Munir. They can't find it, but keeping the pressure over off stage.
Oh my god.
Oh, very nice. Hit him with that follow-up Sarah. Going to knock him in that bottom left corner and continuing to go to work on Munir. Oh, got the dodge off the Nair, and TM was right there to come across with the Battle Boots and put some damage on him. Blue team's looking really good in this opener here, getting a really good download. As I say that, though, that first stock finally coming off of TM.
Issue is Munir already in kill percent of that Axe. Delta are gonna go down, gonna leave TM in a bit of a 1v2. Let's see what they can get off of this. Munir gets a nice D-Light. Follow-ups off of Jesser. But they get out.
There was nothing flashy, but that was a really clean little team interaction there, being able to pass them back and forth and together and pick up that damage. Oh!
Absolutely equaling the damage, and that's gonna be the KO from the cross down sig out of Luke here.
Perfect placement on that cross down sig. Oh, blue team continuing to cook though. They got the stocks falling off. Delta has the most health on the map with about a stock and a half looking like. Continuing to get that edge guard though over on Munir. Oh, a little down pressure.
Trying to not get slapped down by Jesser's axe. Over on the right side.
Oh.
Those D-Light combos are crazy from the battle boost. They're insanely hard to avoid.
Such a fun weapon. It is so much fun to play. I've been having a good time with battle boots. Very fun weapon.
Also pretty entertaining to watch people just get kicked around.
Oh,
but nice follow-up
nice
over
catch.
Delta.
It was a very close game, but There, especially towards the end, blue team definitely started to kind of pull away with it. They were just working together as better as a team, had more synergy going on, just looking really nice. And we're going to see what red team can do to adjust to that going into game number 2. We have Western Air Temple, Miami Dome, and Demon Island still up for grabs. Get rid of Western Air Temple. Can't say I blame them one bit. And we are going to Demon Island.
People
Looks like
are
we're
definitely very fond of these older maps. They don't really like experimenting with the new ones, as far as I've seen.
Absolutely, absolutely. Dropping in for game number 2 here. Is red team going to be able to shift the momentum back in their way? Now if blue team has anything to say about it, getting that weapon drop, has battle boots on his feet. There we go, getting those combos, kind of picking up a little friendly fire there, but able to pull off the buttons. Oh, cannot keep kicking his teammate. Cannot quit kicking his teammate in the head. Sorry, words are going to be a little hard for me today, but I think I will get it figured out. You know, at least by the end of our block. I think I'll be all right.
TM seems to have it all figured out though, as he's tossing these red players around with those battle boots, gonna get them knocked out of the sand or other feet.
See what kind of edge guard we have going over here, throwing that ground pound out there, hoping to get lucky. Coming up with a Nair. Seeing if they can get that 2v1 on Manir. Oh, had a lot of momentum off of that Sair. Kind of sent him over his teammate's head. And that is going to take the first stock off of Delta. TM might be in trouble. Oh, nice Sair to follow that up. And that is going to go ahead and take both those stocks in very quick succession.
Traded back equally as fast. So now Jester getting damage built up on, already in the orange, nearing red.
Oh, reaching up with those Nairs. Oh, gravity cancel sidelight. Couldn't find a home for it though. Delta reaching up with that gravity cancel signature. Oh, a little trouble down there. Monster recovery. Gonna go ahead and clear house. Gonna leave his teammate down in the trenches though, and gonna lose that stock, but Delta is still fighting with everything he has over on the right side of the stage. Come up with another recovery. Can't find a home. Delta, oh my goodness. Sair into Dare, into Sair. Get him out of here. That was a very nice stock coming off of that lance from the Macho Man.
Blue team getting absolutely robbed, and now Moonir trying to apply pressure with his gauntlets, but he's gonna get his stock taken equalized in terms of number of lives that people have. Ooh, TM looking for that juggle with that GCD light.
Oh, he's looking really good on the lance, being able to get those aerial attacks down to pinpoint precision. Oh, another Nair coming up, setting up his teammate. Delta reaching, staying out of the way of that down sig. It's kind of, everybody's really close and healthy here, and it is kind of breaking apart here in center stage. TM being the first one to send out to the edge. Oh, but no, Delta is the first one. Oh, that's it. Call it a wrap, tie it up, going to game 3 all tied up. That was a nice comeback and a shift of momentum from a red team. And they are not wasting any time. They are already going back to these maps and going right back into game number 3.
Jester and Moonir clapping back from that one, saying, "You can take a game. We can take a game as well."
Nah, I think we're in for a nice, long set to open us up here. These two teams look very, very similar. They're both playing just outstandingly today so far, and nobody's really seeming to take away being able to pull away too much.
Yep, running it back. Demon Island once again.
Dropping in, 3, 2, 1 brawl. Getting those weapon drops, and Battle Boots is going to be the first weapon for TM. Delta has the axe. And now everybody is equipped on the map, and see how this opens up in these opening stocks.
Ooh, Jester going for a risky one pound off the left side of the stage. Meanwhile, TM is getting beaten up by these guns over from Moonir.
Oh, another Nair coming up. Moonir getting worked over there on that left side though. That punish is just lasting forever. The punish is continuing. Oh, he finally stops that momentum. Oh, Delta and TM, just a little pass and catch. Oh, he reached out there with it. Oh, he got lucky.
I love the way that they're constantly juggling partners, switching who's taking who on.
Nice.
Just in Delta, gonna take Jester on and take him out as well. Over on the left side.
Sair, bread and butter on that hammer.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that was a nice Nair. He caught the wrong person. A nice team combo of his own teammate, but it was still a clean Nair. Just wasn't the right person.
Quite unfortunate.
Oh, Delta's reaching forward looking for a stop Sair. Okay, Delta getting tossed back over, does not have a weapon. He has been disarmed, reaching over, nice little recovery. He's still continuing to fight unarmed. The weapon's right there, finally going over for it. Oh,
Ooh,
that's gonna be big. Delta, he missed
And
it.
he gets reversed.
Oh no, it's gonna cost him. That's gonna cost him the stock. But he still had 3 stocks. That was his first knockout of the game. He's looking very healthy, very good, being a great member of that blue team.
Ooh, amazing down there from TM.
See, we talked about these first 2 games being really close. This 3rd game, blue team's starting to run away with it just a little bit. They're finding that synergy here on Demon Island. As I say that, though, Delta getting absolutely rocketed up to the top of the stage.
TM looking to do the same to Munir, though. However, he's not deep enough into that damage yet, and he's gonna get taken out. Put on last stock. Ooh, Delta getting saved by Munir's recovery.
Oh no.
Not for long though.
That second stock definitely did not get the life out of it that he did on his first one. But it's still looking pretty dire for red team unless they can get a serious rally right here, right now. Delta just reaching with those stairs, trying to get something. TM hitting up the signature. Gonna go ahead and confirm that stock, and is all down to the Macho Man. He's running. He's trying to get away from this 2v1 situation, dodging through that stomp, and now they have the pressure on. See if he's gonna be able to get back up. He is able to touch. Great boots. Battle boots are such a great edge guard weapon. Oh no, it had vision. They're able to go ahead and get the stock, but that team combo and that finisher, it definitely had vision, but they dropped it just a little bit. And that puts them up, Evo, 2-1 in the set.
Absolutely, Munir pulling out that Bryn, not feeling confident on the Luke anymore, feeling like he needs to switch it up.
Seeing
Maybe trying to abuse that spear for the range against the battle boots and gauntlets.
Alright, looks like Munir switching over to the Bryn. Can't say I disagree with it. Definitely a very viable legend for the situation. See if that spear is going to mix things up, and also having that axe. See what he's able to do with it.
Yep, these hard-hitting weapons have almost always been meta in 2v2s, at least in the past couple of years. That axe especially.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And EU always represents on Lance. We always get a lot more Lance play when it comes to EU tournaments compared to the other regions.
We love our Lance for better or for worse. However,
I'm not even mad at you. I'm not even mad at you. It is, I have been saying forever since one of the balance patches last year, it's literally one of the most balanced weapons in the game. And I know Chad is going to go crazy right now, and I know that's a hot take, but I mean, it's one of the more balanced weapons in Brawlhalla right now. Nice recovery.
my goodness.
Oh, Sarah going to finish it off. Not enough momentum, going down for it, getting through the weapon toss. Munir continuing to put that pressure over on TM. Oh, couldn't stay out of the way of the sidelight though.
Delta gonna get that washing machine, that D-Sig on the Bryn Spear to finish off the stock, and now we got a team combo going on, and that's gonna be almost a KO. Unfortunately, the Apocalypse ceiling is a bit too high for that. And Munir though, slapping it off the side with that cider.
And we see that momentum going back in the other direction. Red team looking really good. Munir hanging on. Oh, I'm gonna take responsibility for that one, Munir. I should have talked about it. You would still have that stock right now if I wouldn't open up my mouth. That one's my bad. As we're seeing that though, Desire losing that first stock or second stock, and now things are looking a little more even. Munir still the healthiest on the board, but TM still holding on to that second stock as well, holding his ground in center stage. Reaching up with a little nair, neutral sig coming up empty.
TM is doing so well, it's just weaving between these hits, dodging the raindrops.
Munir putting up so much pressure from that spear combo over there. Sorry guys, it always takes me a set or two to warm up. I will get there.
Oh, good, oh, good.
There we go. Oh, Delta throwing the axe up, reaching for it. Dajir trying to get back up on stage, has the lance in hand. Oh, what a Sair to the jaw. Manir gonna go ahead and get the reversal on that though, and go ahead and take the stock right back. And it is now to this 1v1 situation. Battle Boots versus Unarmed right now, and TM absolutely popping off on these Battle Boot combos. Manir picking up Spear, coming back with it, reaching with another Nair. Oh, I don't know. This could go either way right now. Oh.
Another hit goes unanswered. That axe is a bit too slow for TM. He's just weaving between them. These siders are brutal from these Battle Boots. Just kicking him in the face.
And that one's gonna get it.
And there we
done.
go.
Yes, and that puts them up 2-1 in the set, and this is a nail biter back and forth. Each team coming back in stronger than they did before. Who is gonna take? I'm calling it right now. Red team wins game 4. We go into game 5. This one's going the distance. It has to. It has to.
Slow-mo, it's a free one. The set is over.
I'm tripping. Oh my goodness. This is my first day on Brawlhalla, guys. I just want to let you know. This is my first day. They put me behind production for so long. I forgot how to commentate. Oh my goodness. No, happens to the best of us, and that is going to move them forward in this tournament, and they are going to they're going to push through. But unfortunately, for our losing team, that is the end of their run. But we are going back to winner side. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I was just mentioning that it was the loser's side, the loser's quarterfinals, which means they're out. But as you said, we are going up to winner's side into the winner's final. What is it?
And this is going to be a banger.
Who are the players?
Actually, no, it looks like we're going to elimination semifinal. It's going to be Blaze Acno versus Delta and TM. Delta and TM, of course, just wrapping up that last game. And I will never look at the current score on Start GG again because it did me wrong. But I think we're going to be going to that one. That looks like what is next up on the schedule.
Yep.
But that was definitely an awesome set.
Yep. Yeah, honestly, I'm really impressed by the Battle Boots. Like, for such a new weapon, TM was using it immaculately. The spacing on the siders especially is what really got me in that last game. He was... It was most evident in the 1v1, but it was noticeable throughout the entire set. His spacing on the nairs, he hit like 4 nairs unanswered in that set, right at the end. Munir just couldn't get a hit back with the axe. It was quite unfortunate for him. But yeah.
But it was enough to move them forward, so congratulations to them. And we are going to be getting another look at Delta and TM coming up in elimination semifinals, going up against Blaze and Acno. I believe we're just getting these players ready. Going to get them over in the lobby and get the action right back on the screen for you guys. Blaze Acno, they've had a pretty good run today. It looks like they went down to elimination side probably a little sooner in the bracket than they would have liked to. But they have a really strong elimination run going on. Of course, Solarson and Machete and Blue and Kresu up there ready to do battle in winners finals to find out who's going over to Grands and who is going to have to battle their way back up to winner's side.
Did a bit of research.
Yeah.
Blue and Kresu were actually the people to knock Blaze and Acno into losers finals. Happened in top 16. Who won for Blue and Kresu? Now they're in the winners finals. Blaze and Acno probably looking for that run back in the grands.
Definitely looking for a little revenge on that situation. Looks like we're getting everybody in here now and be able to go to this elimination semifinal match for you guys. Hope you guys have been enjoying the event so far. Big shout out to Brawl League, the amazing job on production. It looks amazing this weekend. Big shout out to BMG Blue Mammoth Games for, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have the prize pools, we wouldn't have the resources that they give us to be able to host these tournaments for you guys. If you guys, your favorite hype moment, something you want to share with us, Compete BL hashtag over on Twitter. Make sure you guys use that, get your voice heard. lots of ways to be able to interact this weekend. But no, just big shout out to everybody involved. The production and everything looks amazing this weekend. That being said, we're just waiting on this last player to slide in here. It looks like it is Delta that we're waiting on.
Yep.
Ugh. There we go. Delta coming in here. See if him and TM are going to be able to continue that momentum. They haven't had a break. They're coming off that last game immediately. Hopefully, the hands are still warm. They'll be able to put that to use and get the good download off of Blaze and Acno and maybe get this upset here.
Absolutely. They got to be looking to carry over that momentum from their last game into this one, Blaze not having played in a while, if I remember correctly. Actually, I do believe the last set was the one before, the one we casted just now.
Right before break, yeah.
So they have
but still enough time for the enough time for the fingers to get cold if they haven't been over there staying warmed up. Looks like TM is without hesitation. He is the first one to lock in, and he is in on that Tesca. It's been working well for him. You know, you pointed out how well his movement and his placement of attacks was last game, especially, and going to continue to move that forward into this next set.
Yep. Now the question is, what are the picks that are going to be coming out from Blaze and Acno? That's what I'm really wondering about.
I mean, Blaze Acno is one of those teams. They have the ability to come in and just shut this set down. They really do. But Delta and TM, we've seen them playing really well. The way they went against Josiah and Manir last game, just an amazing showing. You're going up against names like Blaze and Acno, it's got to be a little nerve-wracking. But I think we're in for another really good set here.
Yep.
TM is definitely ready to go. He is spamming his legend.
He's trying to get them to go. Absolutely.
We're gonna see that. We're gonna see the emote watches coming out soon.
Man, I honestly really like what they did with the emotes. Like, at first I wasn't a big fan. I preferred having text chat, but now that they've added skins for it, and I feel like it's definitely allowed for a bit more nuanced expression compared to initially.
I agree.
I'm especially a big fan of the Queen Knight ones.
Yeah.
A bit biased on that one, considering I have a level 70. What is it?
The ones from this season's Battle Pass I like a lot. The BMG artist did a really good job on them this time around, I think. Just kind of impressed overall.
Great job, in my opinion.
Just overall, just a really good job this time around. And we are finally getting back to the Brawlhalla action. Whatever confusion was going on, it appears to have been settled. And we are now in map selection. Acno is locking in the Luke. Acno on the Luke. Blaze on the Ulgrim. Delta going to stick to that Taros. And of course, TM is going to be on the Tesca. Battle Boots making another appearance this set. And here we go. We are dropping into APAC. Yep. Yes, sir. And dropping into APAC here on game number 1.
TM already covering for Delta really well. Acno off the side of the stage, letting Delta hit that Axe 1v1 with Blaze. Gonna be a bit rough for him, but he's gonna be able to pull it off pretty well. Now exchanging sparring partners, so to speak.
Absolutely. Delta's getting really good spin. Oh my god, what a catch. Delta, the awareness. And they're going to get the double KO off of that. Acno's not going to have a way back. The dare coming off of TM. Acno going to retreat underneath Apocalypse, but getting caught right back up in another fury of the Battle Boots. TM just having his way in the stage right now with those boots on his feet.
The cognizance of where his teammates' attacks are going to put his opponents is insane. He's gotten so many good follow-ups of Delta. But Delta gonna fall as we speak. Ground pound from Acno. And the DI from TM going downwards.
Nice.
Actually gonna lead to him dying to that.
And they took the lead back. Delta, though, taking another stock off the scoreboard and tying everything back up. Blaze is the most... Oh, my goodness. Get out of here. just the awareness between Delta and TM, the way their awareness of where their teammate is and the momentum that's going to come off their attacks is really nice. Acno coming out there trying to save his teammate, but catching a weapon toss to the back. Delta getting back up on stage, looking for that weapon drop, couldn't get it. Blaze getting underneath them with the lance. Delta coming down, nice there,
dangerous
unarmed.
situation here. No dodge on the upstage. Acno's gonna catch that.
Delta reaching in, Acno picking it up with an air. Delta getting a nice little two-piece, trying to go over and save TM with the recovery.
My eyes on Blaze right now. He is the key piece in this. Whether he survives or dies is going to be the deciding factor, in my opinion.
Oh! Blaze gonna easily make it back on stage. TM now stuck in a 2v1 situation, but Delta gonna go ahead and get the spawn back in here to take some of the pressure off before it even starts.
Ooh, and TM's gotta get out.
Oh, that's it. It's all up to Delta. 1 stock versus 3. Blaze and Acno absolutely all over him. Catches the signature though.
This is the moment of truth. If he can get Blaze out, he's gonna 1v1 on Acno.
It would have to be on perfect stock. But Delta's movement's looking really good. Maybe a little sluggish on that terrace, but he does get Blaze out of there, and it's just him and Acno. But Acno definitely looking a little more healthy right now on these last stocks, but it's nice to come down to a 1v1 situation. Oh, Acno reaching him out with the Sair. He's dancing, he's looking. Oh, nice dodge coming from Delta. Weapon though, now he has absolutely nothing. Recovery up, hammer back in hand. Gonna try and get that pow with the heart. Oh no, missing the nair. Oh, this is close. All that strength coming off of Teros. He's about got Acno into KO range here. If he can just be careful, not get caught up. There we go, weapon throw. Nothing coming up, nothing coming from it though. But it keeps Delta off the attack. Acno reaching for the recovery. Another one. Oh, he got caught in that nair. It's looking really close. Delta might be able to pull this out. It was a 2v1 situation. It looked pretty rough for him. Uh-oh, Acno now on the attack. Oh. They have slowed to almost a crawl here. The way Acno is keeping Delta from doing anything by stopping that momentum with those weapon throws. He's not getting anything off of it except a little 5 damage from the throw, but it's stopping any sort of forward momentum off that Teros. Sair coming back up on stage. Acno hits him with the Sair, bounces his face off the side of the map. Oh! That's big trouble. Acno can't do it. No,
Acno's
coming down. And that's it. Delta and TM taking game number 1 against Acno and Blaze.
Wow, what an incredible clutch there coming out of Delta. His teammate going down early, but that doesn't even matter. He has Blaze out, and then he slowly and methodically just takes out Acno. Oh my goodness.
That was crazy. I really thought Blaze and Acno were going to take that first game in spades, and it just did not work out that well for them. Looks like we're not getting any weapon, any legend swaps across the board. Everybody feeling comfortable in what they opened up with. We'll see what kind of download took place for each team and how things break apart here in game number 2. But that axe on Delta, bro, that is terrifying.
It was incredible. The way he controlled the arrows over the hammer and Sig was absolutely crucial, not letting Acno have that diagonal approach to him. Running it back on APOC though.
Delta reaching up with that recovery. Seeing this. Oh, Acno going to break it up. Not going to let the axe battle take place. The swap back and forth. Delta with that weapon throw, just working it, making sure, giving Acno what he gave him last game, not letting him get any forward momentum. Oh, that down Sig getting laid in. Picking up a little damage off of it. Acno now going to work on those blasters, but TM coming in with the battle boots and breaking it all up.
Incredibly even so far. As I say that, first blood gets taken. Delta gonna go down from Blaze. And now TM looking for something with his gauntlets to even it out.
Oh!
Acno.
What a reversal and continuing to put it on.
And Light not
Still
gonna
not enough momentum. Delta doing work though in that 2v1 situation. Getting the edge guard on both blue players.
Oh,
Acno though. Oh, and the friendly fire off of that hammer. That's unfortunate. but they're going to take the stock right back. TM going to go ahead and get the KO.
Blaze though, putting up a masterclass in dealing with a 1v2, just staying off the side of the stage, getting some damage onto Delta even. Acno and TM off the other stage again, getting that off stage.
Oh.
Nice interrupt there from Blaze. Ooh, but it doesn't even matter. Delta's got the follow-ups to the side airs. Side airs for days.
Oh, Acno taking the pressure off unarmed. Oh, reaching out there with that signature. Did not have enough range on it. Oh, TM staying out of that one. Delta is going to drop. TM is in big trouble, but he's able to sneak his way back up on stage and get some damage to boot. I wouldn't say no pun intended, but that's not even true. Oh, nice ground pound off of Acno. TM, though, having the momentum to get back up on stage.
And Acno looking really not healthy.
No, he's trying to stay over off stage, stay out of the way here. A swift breeze is going to take Acno out.
Delta can blow at him, he's going to get out.
Yeah, especially with a Taros just swinging around the map right now. Oh. He literally cannot catch any of that axe. TM being taken off, coming in with a very healthy stock, though. Delta, if Acno can get the stock, nope. I'm going to say, if he could take that one before he was taken out right there with that recovery, that would put them in pretty good shape. But now Blaze has got a pretty difficult situation, and this could put Delta and TM up 2-0 against Acno and Blaze, and in fact, it will. They are going into Game 3 with almost no pressure. 2 games up, 3 games to take one more. That is a really good position to be in if you are Delta and TM.
You gotta be wary though, because everybody knows Acno and Blaze are slow starters. They play better when they're on the back end, and so we see that switch over to the Zoe. Maybe looking for a turnaround.
Now something needs to be done, and Acno is going to go ahead and ditto that Tesca pick.
Match on the 17 with his own level 11. So not much experience on this, but he will give it a go.
All right, dropping into game at number 3, Acno and Blaze. Hopefully the Zoe pick will mix something up enough for him, because it's looking pretty dire right now. We saw it in the last set, and they definitely brought it into this one. TM and Delta are just playing so good together. Just so good together. And Blaze and Acno having a real hard time. Acno getting in a team combo with his own teammate there.
Putting on some damage to the TM though.
Yeah, did get a little bit, for sure, for sure.
There he goes again. Off stage, not going to be able to come through.
Oh, he's in trouble. He's in big trouble.
Yep.
Oh, able to get back up with a jump, and now the pressure coming back on TM.
Oh my god.
Acno's saying, you're going to beat me up with those boots. I can strap them on too. And we're seeing the Tesca battle. Oh, he's got them both. That's a double KO. Delta's not going to be able to get back. This edge guard's coming out. Oh, what a dodge, but that dare is going to put a lot of pressure. Delta able to get up in touch. Oh, but bodies are just flying.
My goodness, this red team just getting up in the kicks from Acno here. Blaze getting the kill with the axe.
Stock's flying, but we talked about that weapon, that legend swap that Blaze did in between games, and he is the only one with all 3 stocks still on the board, and continuing to rack up that damage. TM, and now on his final stock, Blaze finally being taken out in that bottom right corner.
Delta though not looking all too healthy. Gonna put a bit of damage onto Acno, but without that hammer or that axe, he's not gonna be putting up as much as he can. Blaze picking up the cannon. This is dangerous. We've seen what he can do with it. He's trying to get started, but TM gonna answer in kind.
Oh, TM working here. Jumping into the middle of that signature and staying out of the hitbox. That was very impressive. What a ground pound off of Delta.
Not able to follow
that was so clutch. Keeping things even here. This is a much closer game than what we've seen in these first 2 games of this set.
TM looking
Delta
like the first to go down.
Oh my god.
No, it's gonna be Acno before him.
Well-placed signature, and it's all coming down to these last stocks. TM needs to get as much damage off of the stock as he can, because he is very close to falling here, reaching across stage, working those sidelights. Oh, dare into sidelight. No. There it is. He's still continuing to rack up the damage. Look at him cook. Oh my
He's
God!
using-
Somebody stop that man!
You
His
cannot!
team, the other team, he don't care. He's just kicking. It is feet of fury right now.
Look at him, these battle boots are absolutely
goodness.
insane. He's going so fast. The built-in
Blaze is
movement
out.
is getting utilized perfectly by TM.
Acno is on tournament stock right now. No, he's not. He is done. Acno and Blaze are out of Love and War. They are done for the day. Delta and TM have ended their run and are going to move themselves up to the next spot in this bracket, which is going to be Losers Finals, Elimination Finals.
My goodness, I gotta tell the
So-
wife and kids that I'm gonna be getting home early today.
Swear. You guys checking out the replays, seeing how it got done. Delta and TM 3-0ing Blaze and Acno. Absolutely crazy. Amazing set. Look for those boys to see what they can do to get back up into winner's side. They are definitely whoever has to come down here, Solarson, Machete, or Blue and Cresu, whoever has to come down and fight them, I don't envy them at all. The momentum that they have right now, they are definitely on a roll, and that Tesca Taros combo is quite frightening. With that being said, though, we will get back to that here in a few minutes because me and Evo, they're gonna give us a second to stretch our legs, get a little drink of water. We are gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back with your winners finals. You guys hang out. We'll be right back.
You love your sticks and stones. You throw them my way to make a point, but I don't have hollow bones, so you'll never take away my voice. You used to be like home, but now the whole place is so destroyed, and I'll survive on my own. I'm stronger than when I started, even through all the times I hit the ground. I'm stronger than when
What is going on, guys? Thank you for not leaving. We are back, and we are going to settle into our top 3 of Love and War. It has all come down to this. This is the hype part of the tournament. Who is going to take that big bag? We have a Solarson and Machete, Blue and Cresu, and Delta and TM. Nobody else remains. Nobody else has survived. It comes down to this. We're going to get it started off in our winners of finals set with a Solarson and Machete versus a Blue and Cresu. Who do you got on this one, Evo?
Man, I don't know who's gonna win, but who I'm rooting for, because you have no idea how excited seeing Blue on the Pearl pick, on that Kaya pick, and significant for me personally, just because the first time I saw him, he was on Kaya, and he looked good. It was like 2019, 2020, so it's sometime around there. And that's the reason I became a Blue fan, was because he played Kaya. And then like he stopped playing Kaya for a while. He swapped over to Koji, Force, something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see him get back on this Kaya pick.
Well, he definitely has it locked in, and we don't have to wait any longer to see what's going to happen, because we are striking maps right now, and game number 1 is going to go to Demon Island. We have a Blue on the Pearl. We got Cresu on the Bryn, Machete rocking the M Bison, and Solarson on that Ulgrim. We've seen a lot of Ulgrim in today's tournament. That Axe Lance being so definitive in 2s. And here we go. Game number 1, Cresu taking first blow.
And for those who don't know, the M Bison is a 4 crossover, so Orb and Hammer are going to be the weapons on Machete.
Yes, indeed. And Bison, of course, being that Thor crossover. We're seeing both teams try to fight for position here, try to get that opening momentum, get the best download off their opponent. Solarson dropping really low, getting caught with the ground pound. Oh, dare! Oh, he's done. That's an early stock coming off of him. Machete in trouble. Oh no! Oh, with the pogo! And that is too early. Stocks coming.
Trouble
off
sounds like
of
an understatement there.
40 seconds. 40 seconds. 40 seconds, man. That was clean.
Trouble is definitely an understatement there.
It was a Bruin. We're seeing this double spear right now. Go to work, looking for that recovery. Caught his teammate instead, unfortunately. Machete throwing down that side sig. Oh, breaking it up. Oh no, he's got enough. He's got enough. He got underneath that Sarah. Oh no! Off of the hammer from the M Bison. Unfortunate. And so, but Blue's first stock now fallen. Cresu still has all of his on the board, but Solarson took that very early stock, and now he is on his last stock in this opening match. It may be a have to, get the download and go next situation for Blue team.
The coverage on these spears is insane. Machete about to lose his second stock as it seems. It's really deep, getting to that barbecue color. Solarson though putting out good damage with the axe. He needs to get a finishing move though onto Cresu. Start working on that second stock as soon as possible. Not gonna happen,
my goodness. Though. Blue and Cresu obviously still having this huge lead though in this opening game. Machete and Solarson have been trying to play catch-up ever since Solarson dropped that early stock. And now we're seeing the momentum come across to the right side. Blue getting that recovery up, working in the nair, coming back across, dodging through Solarson. And Cresu going to clean up, and Solarson is out of game number 1.
That was quick. Now Blue.
And yeah, just go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead and dive, go next. That was 4 stocks to 1. There was really no hope to be found there. See if we have anything switched up. Looks like Machete staying on that M Bison. No switch there. No, they're gonna stick with the M Bison, the Ulgrim. Cresu and Blue staying on the Pearl and the Bryn, so nothing being switched up there. I didn't see what map we were going to. We're gonna find out here in just a second, and it looks like we are going to APOT. That was a really good opening for Blue and Cresu. That looked really good.
That was insane. Cresu and Blue are going to be controlling the weapons. Machete finally picking up that orb, but Solarson still one arm. Not going to inhibit their team combos, however, as they get a nice little, 4-piece onto Blue and Cresu.
Definitely nice momentum here at the beginning of the game. And definitely looking better than they did in game one. We can definitely give them that so far. Solarson hitting that recovery, not quite enough momentum to take that early stock off of Kresu.
Pluto
Reached
tapping
up
back
the
with a spear.
neutral. Oh, Solarson getting tossed over the right. Oh my
There we go.
goodness. Looking so, oh, my, oh, can we, all the stocks flying off. Blue was able to stay on stage though. Oh, reaching nice. Sarah coming across stage, taking the pressure off of Kresu. Blue and Kresu playing really well together.
4.
Oh my God, that's a graph. You guys see it on your screen right now. That Kresu. Oh my goodness, that's a graph. Okay, I got distracted. Oh my goodness. Look,
Blue
didn't
has
realize
got-
how rough it was for him that last game, but
Yep. Blue has gotten
Oh.
8 hits unanswered so far. Swapping over to the spear, finally taking some hits back.
oh, Machete going over, take the pressure off. Reaching back, stop Sarah.
He's
Sarah.
doing
And he caught it too. Oh goodness.
great interruption there from Blue, but Machete doing an amazing job of staying alive
There
up
it is.
until now. Caster's Curse, everybody.
Oh. Kresu able to absorb the weapon toss, get back up, reach out with the Sarah. Solarson opting to not put the pressure. I mean, he could have had that ground pound there, but if he would have whiffed it, it would have been really bad. Kresu weapon
This
throw
is
coming
dangerous.
down. Dare. Oh, nope, he's done. Machete's done. That's it. Machete is out of this game. It is a 3v1 stock situation. Solarson's got a tall hill to climb here, especially with Blue and Kresu continuing to put this damage on. Solarson throwing his weapon, trying to get some sort of opening to be able to reach in with a sidelight or a Sair or even a dare from the air. But Blue dancing over. There it is. And the neutral's going to get it done. And that puts them up a 2-0. They are absolutely cruising through this winner's final set.
Do you see why I was excited for this Kaya slow-mo?
Oh, yeah. It's
Do you
super
get
clean.
it now?
The double spear is crazy. They are working it so well. Solarson and
Not even
Machete
just
just
that.
not.
The signature usage from Blue is insane. That Ansig, the
Yeah.
GC Ansig to finish it off was so good.
Being able to get in there, knowing that he has hardly any startup frames on those signatures, be able just to thread that needle and get in exactly where he needs to be, just off of instinct and off of, being able to know what his teammate's going to do and where that momentum direction is going to go. Well played from them. Can they wrap it up there? Get that 3-0 sweep in winners finals. They're trying to get it done right now.
We are gonna be looking at a Cannon's pick from Machete though with a Sidra. Trying to mix it up. We know that he has a really deep agent pool. Let's see if this is the thing that he needs. Looks like he's getting the damage out so far. But it is getting answered. Solarson getting good hits. Not gonna be able to follow up off of Machete, but he is gonna get the KO with the side sig. And there we go. There's the team combo, putting Blue off the side. Kresu trying to take Solarson off, trying to put some pressure off his teammate, but Machete has him in the bag. Right, we're looking at a lot of team damage from Solarson and Machete, getting a lot of good hits together. Isolating Blue on the left side, keeping Kresu away from him, trying to get him to not help him, but a little team kill down from Solarson. Gonna answer back onto the enemy as well. They're 2 stocks up currently with Solarson still on his first. Great kill there from Kresu, but that's gonna be only the first stock off of Solarson as previously mentioned. And Blue is looking not looking healthy on the second stock. He could go down any moment now with a good signature. Machete getting the damage with that recovery from both his teammate and Kresu. And Kresu is so damaged here. Blue's gonna go down, and that's gonna be the double weapon toss to get the double KO onto Machete. Team combo gonna come in. Do they have it planned out? Not to the end, but that ground pound's gonna wrap up the game. Pardon. I was gonna put one on the board for Machete Solarson, but they have a tough hill to climb as they are down 1-2 this winner's final.
Oh. Woo! I was talking with a muted mic, guys. This is my first day. Let's go. Production, I'm their best friend today. I'm making their job so easy. It's all right. That was a great game. I don't know how much of my commentary you heard, but I was enjoying myself. I wondered why Evo kept talking over me. That's okay. And we are back in here, game number 4, and Blue Kresu up 2-1. Oh, too funny, too funny.
Oh, good though. Machete gonna be on it with a cannon once again, getting good hits onto Blue. That recovery gonna send him off the side. But Kresu on that match man gonna get a Solarson pick, or rather a pick on Solarson, putting that to 2 stocks. Shadow looking to answer back onto Blue. He's getting close to that kill percent.
Oh, another neutral sig.
Man. And the Sidra gonna finish off Blue on that Kaio. Even rather not even up the stocks. Kresu is still up 1. My goodness, that Macho Man defense keeping him alive.
Oh. There it is, stock coming off.
Pluto trying his best to stay alive here, not take any more damage than he already has, but he's already pretty deep. That GCD like gonna be in the wrong direction. Not gonna catch him. But he's getting good damage onto Kresu though.
Oh, nice.
Kresu here isolated, gonna go back to his teammate.
Oh. Nice play from Machete. Cleared it up. Solarson coming back down with a dare, but getting tossed. That bottom left corner got a lot of ground to catch. Oh, there you go. Blue though, gonna get right there. D-Line
reading the lack of dodge.
Yeah. Very clean.
That's one of my favorite things to do on Spear. Just call him out. Like, you're not gonna dodge this. I'm just gonna D-Light you and you're gonna be dead.
Kresu reaching on that side. Very close game here, guys. Oh, man. The health bars over on the top right. This is super close. Oh, Machete. Oh, we got that jump back there at the very last second. Oh, he is playing with fire over there on that left side of the map. Pulling up the sweat beads twice, but able to get that touch finally.
The wall slip
Kresu, there it is.
Into effect nearly.
Oh.
Even trade.
My goodness. Every time, bro. Every time.
Yep.
Everybody has 1 stock remaining on the board. Machete reaching with the cannon. Ooh, picking up a little 2-piece there. Kresu trying to get the reversal. Can't do it. Blue trying to get in there with that bow. Good job on the recovery. Oh, this is so close. I can't even watch.
And the follow-up off of the air.
Oh, that's it. Look, they're going to finish it right here. That's it. No way Machete gets back. Pressure coming.
No.
Oh, he's still sweating. He's done. And Machete and Solarson going down to elimination side. Gonna have to fight their way up. And Blue and Kresu sitting pretty in grand finals. And what a set.
My god. That was beautiful. Mirroring Kresu, mirroring what was it? Solarson. Just saying anything you can do, I can do better.
They definitely got it done. That was a crazy, crazy set. But this is the team that I've been watching today. TM and Delta. This Tesca-Teros matchup has been an absolute behemoth in the lower side of this bracket. And I think they have a really good chance of beating out Machete and Solarson and getting a chance to go back up to winner side and have a chance in grand finals. I think that this team could definitely get it done.
They can absolutely get it done. This Teros from Delta has been incredible at supporting, and TM himself has also been putting out insane damage with those battle boots.
And I think we're going to be going to Apocalypse is going to be my guess. They're thinking real hard about it, though. Yes, and we are going to APOC.
The question is the M Bison going to be able to upset this set? Is he going to be able to throw a bit of a curveball as for his kind of fallen out of the meta? He hasn't been that popular in recent years.
No, he hasn't. I remember when I came into Brawlhalla, like, Teros was feared He was the most broken character to ever be in a video game, and we see how the meta has shifted.
I mean, you're saying it as if Teros isn't feared today.
I know, but he's just not. It's not the daily conversation that it used to be. I used to
Teros
hear
might
so
not
much
be-
about how broken Teros was, and just like that, though, Solarson losing an early stock, TM and Delta going to absolute work. Man, they cooking.
Teros might not be feared, but Delta sure is. And he's getting Solarson.
Solarson get absolutely bodied, bro. Oh, Delta and TM are out here for absolute blood and continuing to work. Solarson and Machete cannot find a foot to stand on.
They're gonna be looking for a peg leg at this point.
Oh, he went so deep.
Oh, Machete getting that reversal on the hammer. Offstage battle.
Okay. The Solarson's on his final stock, and he's looking pretty Dijon mustard right now. He's not looking very healthy to be on his last stock this early in the game. This has been an absolute firecracker of an opening match here. These teams just absolutely came out, and Red Team just exploded here at the beginning of the set.
Solarson though putting out the damage, and he also is an Ogrim. That 7 defense gives him a bit of room to wiggle. A bit of wiggle room to work with. Sorry. Ooh, not gonna be enough though. Or rather, it is.
Oh, what a reversal! Sorry, I didn't mean to yell over you, but oh my goodness, TM absolutely going insane right now in the battle boots.
Man, the blue team seems to be getting some momentum, but TM absolutely shut that down with a kill onto Machete. And now Solarson in oh, he gets back. Delta
There it is.
gonna opt to arm up again.
Oh
go
my
back
goodness.
on stage.
Oh my goodness. TM absolutely cooking right now. Look, Delta said get out of here. I need some damage too. Oh, neutral sig to the face.
Delta might be getting out of here, but not
no.
before TM. Unfortunately, by Solarson's hands.
But he still has that full stock. TM was in such a good position coming in and going to do cleanup now. Delta needs to sit back and play that support position, but he's going to go ahead and get the attacks coming off of the hammer. Oh, no. Going to go ahead and swap. TM going to get that edge guard in. Oh. Delta wants it. The power from the Teros can get the KO so easily. There it is. And game 1 going to TM and Delta. I think we're going to have a bit of an upset here. That was clean, bro.
That was looking scary though in the middle. Chet and Solarson were building up some nice momentum, but then TM just absolutely crushed it with that. What was it? Neutral sig? I couldn't even tell.
Yeah, when he was coming back up on stage, he hit the neutral sig to get the reversal, get that stock, and then he never slowed down. He just continued to cook the rest of the game. Machete immediately switching off of that M Bison, going back over to the more comfort pick of the Sidra. Great matchup with the Algrim. But does it have enough to put out this Teros and Teska? Is such a good matchup, and they're playing it so well.
It's all gonna depend on whether Machete can get those reads with a cannon. That's his bread and butter. Get those reads, get those side air recoveries after the stage, get those early KOs. That's what Cannon's really looking for in this set.
As we get back in here to this game number 2, make sure you guys #CompeteBL. We want to see your shout outs. We want to hear what you guys got to say. So make sure you guys go over to a Bird app and use that hashtag. We're going to slide into game number 2. And here we go. Machete getting the first weapon drop, has that sword in hand.
Delta armed up with the axe, Solarson now getting one as well, and TM already in the battle boots, not even starting out with the gauntlets, just ripping it off the rip.
Absolutely. Oh, Machete picking up a little team damage there, though. Delta going deep to try and get that ground pound in. Machete clearing up the edge guard. Ooh, nice dodge. Delta getting caught up in that axe, though, but TM just on those battle boots able to come through. He does get disarmed. Oh, we see those first 2 socks off of Solarson from that Grapha last game, but was not able to do anything on those first 2 socks.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Double stocks
Big
from
brain
TM
play
and
from
Delta.
Solarson.
Oh, yeah. And definitely clutch. Well needed.
Locking himself into the D6 so that his teammate would punish when they inevitably chose to hit him.
Delta
both
sending
of the blue
everything
team
back to the
players
right
though
side.
could be KO'd in one good hit.
Oh,
Delta's
Delta's
looking for it.
struggling, trying to find a home for that axe now. Machete going off the top of the screen.
Soros is getting a bit of a
very
face of axe.
Nice, nice. Oh, and he's going to work off on the right side now. Delta having his way off stage right now. TM coming out the right time to take off that pressure. Oh, Machete's doing work with those dares.
But not
Another one.
enough, seemingly.
Oh,
As
Delta
Delta.
is just so good on those positionings of his hammer attacks. Everybody getting back up to stage. TM trying to get that unarmed Sarah coming back up. Oh,
And this is
got it
looking
that
like
time.
a different Machete and Soderson from game 1.
Absolutely, but the game's still staying relatively close. I take that back. They need to get these stocks right now, and I mean right now. TM and Delta have got to buckle down if they do not want to lose their advantage in this set. Looking for the dare. Oh,
Matter of time. There it
switch to
goes.
unarmed.
Soderson.
Here we go. Here we go. We got a game, Evo.
Yep. Final stocks on everybody. Machete picking up a weapon first of the blue team. It lands in Soderson's hands. Let's see what he can do with it.
Oh.
There we see those follow-ups again from the red team.
Doing a great
Immaculate.
job of this movement. Stay out of the way of that sword.
Man, TM has been abusing
Oh yeah.
that battle boost recovery
Oh,
so
yeah.
well to get that verticality to avoid hits.
I love to see it. Boots are so much
And
fun.
there it is.
Oh, there it is.
There they go.
Doesn't get the double. Doesn't have a whole lot of KO power, but they were able to pull it back and take game number 2. Holy.
Going up 2-0. Man, Machete and Soderson had the game in control at the start,
Mhm.
but TM and TM and Delta Partner just look unstoppable right now.
They are definitely the team to beat right now. They are looking absolutely ferocious. And no legend swaps. Of course, Delta and TM are gonna lock it in, but Machete gonna stay on that Sidra. You're gonna see the Ulgrim come back out for another game. And it all comes down to this. This is tournament game for Machete and Soderson. They can go out at 3rd place right here, right now.
Yep. Running it back. Apocalypse once again.
It's a good map. Good twos map.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't really favor anybody. You got plenty of space on the big platform. Be able to move around a little bit without giving people the opportunity to run. And that that one stationary soft platform definitely there to mix things up.
It's not stationary
Oh.
though, it moves left to right.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm tripping.
A bit. Oh good. Okay, Delta looking for the edge guard and Soderson. Even if he isn't, I'm gonna get slapped over to the right side. TM gonna be in need.
It's an early
That's
stock.
quite unfortunate.
Yeah, that is that was about 35 seconds into game number 3. I keep telling you,
Shut
Evo,
the-
this is my first day. I've never seen Brawlhalla before today. It's my first time.
You're doing insane for if that's
Oh,
the case.
I mean, I consider myself a pretty quick learner. I hope I'm doing okay. TM going all the way down. Oh, Delta looking for the save. Doesn't need it, but he was there just in case. Oh, another Sarah coming off of that hammer.
And here we
the
go.
2v1 opportunity. Here we go. They were cooking.
But they messed up the ingredients, put it in the
They
dark
sure
time.
did. I mean, they put it on 450 instead of 400, man. They burned it.
Yep. Damn. And now Delta
Oh,
looking
no.
rough. Gonna go down to his last stock. Nice
All right, man. We saw them. We saw them last game. They got behind. It looked a little dire for them, and they were able, off the power of those battle boots, able to get things together. That nice little ground pound there, going to go ahead and get Solerson down to his last stock. And things are looking a little more even. Still, actually, you might even, yeah, they may even favor Red Team a little bit here. They definitely do now. TM being an absolute, just the absolute foundation of this team. Oh my God. You hit him with a 36 piece going up in the sky.
Delta is
Solerson-
the key. And there he goes.
But it's all down to this TM. Now the 2v1 situation. He's got a little bit of damage to burn though. But Machete and Solerson both pretty healthy. But TM absolutely moving
goodness.
right now. He's been in this position before, and he came out on top. Nice Sarah coming from Machete. I don't think he's going to be able to. Oh, he does get the touch. Getting around that Sig. His movement is
Oh my
absolutely
God.
insane. Oh, I'll get the. Are you
He
kidding
doesn't
me?
stop.
Okay,
is-
all right. Bro, what a ground pound. He held it for absolutely 45 years. Going down, going down there with that cannon is a little scary. He's trying to get the Gimp stock. Needs to be a little more careful. He has plenty.
Oh, shit.
No. He has plenty of advantage here. He just needs to be careful. There he goes, rigging up the sky with the recovery. Oh.
The side air gonna finish
That's it. 3-0, 3-0. That's 6 straight games for them.
Almost 700 damage onto TM.
Woo!
He made that set his. That wasn't Delta TM versus Machete. That was just TM annihilating everything.
That impressive work on the battle boots. Absolutely impressive work. And just the mental stability to be able to be in those 2v1 situations, to know that everything is on the line, that you can literally knock them out of the tournament right here and be able to keep his head together, stay in there and get the job done. In multiple sets. He did it last set as well. So congratulations to him. They have earned their spot back up in Winterside, and now they are going to go to grand finals against Blue and Kresu. This is going to be a battle.
TM absolutely entered flow state. He is in the zone.
Oh yeah, they are in absolute flow state right now.
The question is, will Blue and Kresu be able to match that? Would they be able to get them down? Would they be able to use their advantage of having to win one less set than Delta and TM have to do?
The only thing is the fatigue. They have played a lot of sets. I mean, luckily for them, they've been quick sets. But they have played a lot of games in a row. We've seen a lot of Delta and TM in this top eight. They have definitely been grinding. But hopefully they're seeing that light at the end of the tunnel. They know they can get it done right here. They need 6 wins. See if they're going to be able to get it done.
Here we go. Looks like we're going to be running on Apocalypse for the rest of the tournament.
And I'm okay with that. I am totally okay with that.
Yep.
And here we go.
Considering the fact that I don't know any of the other maps. Man, I am really out of the loop on this one. Okay, Pluto starting out with really good damage. Kresu as well, getting some hits in with the axe.
Oh. And early damage opening up here. Oh,
who's gonna fall?
My goodness. You do not want to give that sort of advantage to a TM and Delta, and they are all over that 2v1 situation. This could be big.
Pluto coming back in with a bow.
Oh,
Get the side there. TM is in trouble.
Oh.
There he is.
Okay, didn't let it get
Oh
too
my
far
God.
away from him. Blue's looking
Blue is
really
absolutely
good. Great
gonna be looking
movement
for
on
that.
that bow.
Yep. He's
Delta
looking for that
trying
KO.
Absolutely. They got Delta on the run here. Oh, Kresu getting tossed up to the sky. Coming back down with Spear, trying to get that distance and get that range there. Delta with a monster nair. Way he keeps. Oh, see, come on. These guys are too good, bro.
The double
Absolutely
D-Life from
too
DM!
good.
Oh my goodness. Blue and Kresu are sweating bullets right now, as it seems. The Delta and TM are about to run away with this game unless they can get something off stage right now, right here.
Oh, Delta, it's gonna fall. He's staying
there
out
it
there
is.
just a little too long.
That's the equalizer.
Oh my goodness. This is close. I mean, of course, I know it sounds pretty obvious, but Blue and Kresu, the only thing in their minds right now is not let this get reset. Just to get it done in the first part of this grand finals, not drag it out, and be able to shut these guys down without having to go through it again.
And
But
Blue's
we're
gonna
seeing-
save them.
Oh, it's getting a little dangerous over the left side of the map. Delta picking up that Sayer, looking for another one.
Kresu on his
Oh
last
my
stock.
goodness.
It's all up to Blue. Blue and TM are the players I'm watching out for right now because they are on Their last knocks. Cresswell as well, but he's not that damaged. Delta looking for a big hit with a hammer.
Oh, he hit it again,
but TM's gonna
bro.
get.
He's gonna make it back, and to pick up the damage.
Doesn't
Kresu,
even
they're all over
matter.
him, and that's it. Game 1 going to Delta and TM by 3 stocks, bro.
Oh my goodness.
They are
Yeah.
just flow state, bro.
TM is looking like the battle boots were made for him.
They've been the talk. We saw winter championships. They really weren't that much of a factor. We've had some community tournaments, the past week, and they haven't really been that much of a factor in these either. But we are definitely see them come alive here in the later part of this 2v2 bracket, and TM is putting on a heck of a show with them.
He is putting on an absolute clinic as he gets that first free piece onto blue. Delta getting some good axe damage in as well. TM hitting his teammate a bit, but it doesn't even matter with the damage that he's putting out.
Yeah,
Your
very
moment.
true.
Delta though is looking
Oh.
the least healthy out of
that's
all the bunch, but it doesn't even matter!
It was just too early on the stock for that to KO, but definitely waking him up a little bit.
Not bad though.
Kresu is going to be the first to fall off of that Teros axe.
It's never too early for a Terrosig to get the KO.
No, Teros is literally built different.
Constructed alternatively, if you will.
TM on these boots, though. The man is a one-man highlight reel today.
Putting up an absolute master class on how to play this weapon in twos. Weaving
Absolutely.
in and out. Dodging these attacks gracefully. Delta though, can't say the same for him unfortunately. Oh! That was
Blue
a sweet
holding
little
on to
follow
that
from
first stock. The obvious defense on the Kaya pick definitely
Yep.
doesn't hurt him. Oh.
defense and the speed, letting him come back
Yeah.
from really far away.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Finally.
Who'd have thought TM gets another knockout?
Man really is. He is putting on a show on these boots. Just the way he moves, the way he's able to just thread through everything here. Nice recovery to break up everything.
The
over there on left
haymaker
side.
though,
Oh yeah.
coming through.
Still has those boots on his feet. Oh,
Press
nice
is gone.
dare. So much momentum coming off of that. Delta gonna go down to help, take off the pressure. Oh, no punish. Went to go set up for the 2v1 opportunity.
Blue trying to hit these airs, but it's so precise and Delta manages to dodge through. Ooh, double siders coming out of the blue team. Weapon throw not going to be quite enough. They're going to have to get the side guard onto Delta, not going to be able to. And the recovery is just a bit too weak. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Delta taken out. Stocks are even.
Oh my goodness. Delta working that 2v1, not getting caught up in anything. Taking next to no damage.
It's up to Blue to extend this stock to make the most out of it. Get some extra damage.
Oh no. As he gets hit with a monster Sair. And we are all evened up on the last stocks game number 2.
Man, Cressy looking the most damage out of everybody here, despite Blue's better efforts. He is putting out some good damage of his own, though.
Oh,
Ooh, team combo almost getting through.
down,
That's so
down
risky
six.
from Blue.
Oh, that's it.
Not
TM,
just
he's
yet.
getting his flow in center stage. He just starts swapping back and forth, back and forth. There's no slowing him down once he gets going. They don't know how to approach it.
The weapon pro from Delta interrupting the Crassus combo, but he is gonna get flung off to the side. TM gonna be able to protect his teammate though, being there with him. 1v1 for Crassus, he's unarmed, but TM gonna go down to the Ansig.
Oh,
Delta.
but Delta cooking right here, and he's got the power of the Teros. He's reaching. Oh no. Oh no.
That's it.
And that puts him up 2-0.
It's really looking like a reset slow-mo.
It is definitely looking like a reset. Blue and Crestu having such a hard time of stopping the momentum that is this red team. Oh man, they that's got to be stressful. It's got to be stressful. But they're gonna pull out the Macho Man and the Pearl.
Are they gonna play for this, or are they just gonna go next?
I mean, you have to try and play for it to get the download. You have to try and get something. You don't want to waste the opportunity. You need to get the information to be able to have a chance in the next set. Because as of right now, it is just not looking good.
3, 2, 1.
Absolutely. Okay, starting
there
off
we
a
go.
bit slower. This game.
Weapon drop's coming
Yeah,
in.
get into it.
Delta looking for that drop, and he has axe in hand. Crestu is still unable to find a weapon, but TM's got those boots on and going right to work. We have not seen hardly any gauntlet play out of him. Seen a little bit when the times got tough, but he has been mostly just sticking to those boots, and it has been working out very well for him.
Oh, and Crest with a nice side swing there, pulling up the chair. We'll take out the M.
Getting the spacing with the weapon throw, switching over to Spear. Blue and Crestu trying to get on the board at this point. Oh my goodness! But the onslaught continues. Back-to-back stocks coming off a blue team.
Okay,
TM may have fallen a little. Oh my God!
What were you saying?
He never mind. He did it. He's good. I was gonna say you need to make up some of that damage from that early stock, but he comboed his way all the way across the map. Absolute coast to coast. Crestu gonna clean up that stock, and TM just like that is on their final stock. This may look like a good opportunity for a blue team to get on the board.
Okay, nice spear damage coming out of blue, going instant for that 2v1. There's a follow-up.
Nice catch. All right, we're seeing some actual teamwork out of blue team now. Seeing some synergy. They, I don't know if they were just so off put by the Tesca or what happened, but you pointed out before, Crestu and blue are the ones that knocked. Oh no, it was Acno and Blaze they knocked down to elimination bracket.
Yep. But TM and Delta beat Acno and Blaze.
That's
so.
it. Go ahead and give blue team game number 2. There's nothing Delta can do here. 4 stocks to 1, and they are just raining down on that. Oh, nice reversal. But they are just raining. Oh my goodness.
Delta
Still don't know if he's got enough.
Today.
Yeah, he's super red, and they've got a hold of him, although it's got blue in a position now. They're coming off of Crestu, and we are going to game number 4.
That was kind of like that meme with like the people holding the guns behind each other's heads. Like Delta had blue, but then Crestu had Delta.
Yeah. Going to Demon Island this time around. See what happens here. Delta and TM need 1 more to reset grand finals, and Blue and Crestu need to take these next 2 to end this tournament and take that big bag. They definitely had a little rally last game, a little breath of fresh air it looked like, and see if they're able to continue that on into game number 4. But TM and those battle boots being the star of the show here.
Man, I cannot explain to you how anxious I get whenever I see somebody off stage with TM guarding them.
Not a very comfortable position to be in, that is for sure. Oh, do not want to hit big O Sigs on your teammate, but sometimes it just be like that.
Siders
Laying
coming
down
out of
this
blue,
edge guard.
absolutely beautiful. But TM putting out damage of his own. Blue gonna disarm himself, but that's gotta be the first KO of the match. On to Delta.
Crestu and Blue looking a whole lot better here. About to go up to a 2-stock lead.
TM trying to deny him.
Oh, still not enough. That defense coming in clutch, but playing with my emotions there. Got back to stage, but got taken off immediately. Peeled from the side of the stage by that hammer and tossed down to the depths of Demon Island.
Okay, Blue getting some insane unarmed damage and kicking TM just about as much as he kicked them around with those battle boots.
Oh.
That's not gonna be enough to KO just yet. He's gonna get interrupted. Now we're looking for that side air onto TM, and there it is.
Pogo is gonna be enough to get Delta out of here.
So satisfying that
And-
spear down air.
I know, it is. And blue team continuing to cook here. Nice save.
Kresu almost getting cooked, but the blue there to take him out of the oven, so to speak. Dotaro putting out some nice hammer stomps airs. And Kresu gonna go for a risky there. Not gonna hit.
This is
That's gonna get a
close.
star.
Super close. Still puts them slight advantage. Kresu looking pretty healthy. If they can get Delta out of the equation here and be able to 2v1, well, even 2v1 and TM isn't a guaranteed. He seems
No.
to thrive in those situations.
Absolutely. Delta though, gonna have to be a bit careful now, approaching that the percentage where some of these Skystics are gonna start to kill.
There it is. Kresu holding on here. Blue looking really damaged, and that is going to be enough. Still has a whole nother stock to play with, though. They've got to. Blue team has got to confirm something here. There it is. Recovery is going to get it done off of blue.
Dead
Lay
even
down the
right
foundation. Oh yeah, laying down the foundation for that edge guard. Delta reaching up. Big damage coming off of that Axo. Teros
Spear
can rack up
putting-
damage very quickly.
now. Spear putting it
Down
out
there.
as well though on blue.
Ooh, Kresu getting sent over to the left side. He has got to play good support for blue. He has got to stay in this game. No, ground pound. Gonna send him out of here. It is a 2v1 situation for blue. Can
Versus
he
winners
find some
bracket
sort of
stock.
opening here? Oh man. Oh man.
Nope.
Recovery coming off of it. Sair, but now he is caught up. Oh no. Weapon throw, able to touch. That's it. G's, and we have a reset in Grand Finals. Wipe the board, make it clean, and we are going to reset things and start this all over for another best of 5 between Delta, TM, and Blue and Kresu. They were able to get the reset. Congratulations to them. And we are now in our final set of Brawlhalla of the day. Teros and Teska going up against the Pearl and Macho Man of Blue and Kresu. And it all comes down to this set. Get your predictions in. Do not be left out.
Okay, same 3 culprits on the board when it comes to map picks. Usual suspects.
And here we go. Game number 1.
Technically 5 if you count the first set.
Yeah, very true. Yeah. Game number 5, game number 1, however you want to look at it. Either way, we have made it here.
TM instantly on
for-
those battle boots. Man,
Yeah,
he has not gotten gauntlets first in a while. It has been showing.
I think this first game is going to have a lot to say about how the rest of the set goes.
This is the momentum.
Neither team
decider.
really has a huge momentum lead here. Looks like Blue and Kresu won it, though. They are smoothing over on the right side of this map. But TM breaking everything up with those boots, taking control of the stage. Oh, tried to swap back over to Blue, but he caught a Sair to the face instead.
Blue
Blue's movement and the way he's able to stay out of those signature placements.
absolutely immaculate. And the way that they're separating Delta and TM, not letting them play together like they did in the previous set, is
Right.
absolutely great. Ooh, that D6
There we go. Stocks flying off. Blue and Kresu have the very slight lead.
It's as fragile as an eggshell.
Absolutely.
Ooh, and there it almost
Oh,
went.
TM.
Delta in a position to punish that, but not gonna quite be able to. There it is though.
Uh-oh. Set him up. They missed it.
The
They've been
DI.
having a hard time. They've been having a hard time finishing those today.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, but damage is damage after all.
That is very true.
And that's what's happening right now. Onto TM. Not gonna quite be able to get the ground pound through, but he is not looking healthy. Trying to do the same to blue though. Unfortunate.
TM trying not to fall here. Oh, I don't. Oh, he did touch. I wasn't sure if he did. Delta is gonna fall, and Blue and Cresu looking really good here. Yep, have TM and Delta down to their last stocks.
And it looks like this is gonna be their game. Not trying to curse it or anything, but
It's looking really clean. Ooh, staying out of the way of those side sigs. Ooh, nice, nice gravity cancel D-light into ground pound.
it's all about these extensions. on
Ooh,
the
another
blue team.
ground pound.
Nah, there we go. There they go.
In another situation where we are all down to everybody having one stock on the board.
There they go. TM and Delta getting started on those team combos. Not gonna be able to pull it through. But good damage once again. Taking some good damage themselves though. Blue going
Oh.
for the ground pound.
Oh, Blue's good. Oh, nice save from Cresu.
Absolutely. The relief coming
The
in.
pressure was coming.
Ooh, that delay would have been deadly if it hit. But the D-Sig even deadlier. Not quite in kill percent for it though.
Oh,
Nice intro there from TM. But not
it is.
enough. He gets separated and that's gonna
There
be
it
it.
is.
Game 1. Going over to the blue team. Both figuratively and literally.
oh, we might see a different map. We are going to see a different map this time. And we're going to Small Fortress Alliance.
Okay. That metal pillar gonna stop any rotations from underneath the stage.
Mm-hmm.
They have become less common though with the wall slip nerfs.
Yeah,
So we're gonna
that
see
is true.
if that's gonna affect the game in any sort of meaningful way. And I'm pretty sure that platform is stationary for this one, unlike Apocalypse.
Put that pole down the middle, and it takes away just another escape option that you may have.
Precisely. TM might be
Oh.
wanting to escape right now. Is Blue is edge guarding absolutely perfectly. Not gonna be able to get that ground pound though. TM gets back up. Takes quite a bit of damage though.
Delta having a hard time getting
There
back
he
up.
was.
TM is going to fall.
That axe there hitting so hard.
Cresu reaching, has that axe in hand and looking really good with it. Blue team, it definitely. Oh my goodness. What a great, great setup from TM. We haven't seen hardly any gauntlets play out of him, but he definitely opened up with him right there.
Yeah, it's important to know that TM's gauntlets are also pretty insane. Just not the
Oh.
degree of his boots.
Yeah, he's getting it done with the battle boots today, setting him up and knocking him down, and Delta continuing going to work. Throwing that ground pound out there, couldn't got dodged right through though. Delta picking up a little team damage here. Blue team trying not to lose momentum in this reset here. They got game number 1, got themselves into a good position.
There it
Getting the
is though.
setup, team combos flying. Delta going underneath, able to get that recovery.
Not gonna be
Oh,
enough.
big
but
O
a
save.
stare.
And a big O stock. TM gonna fall with, and look, another game again, absolutely even coming into the end of this game.
Neither team giving up an inch or a centimeter, considering we're in Europe.
Right, right.
Okay, D-Light's there, pushing Delta
Oh.
upside the stage. Gonna be able to get back, get that axe. TM on the battle boots, still not getting some. But that's gonna be his teammate going down.
Red team is letting blue team set up these quick 2v1 opportunities. They will toss one of the red players off to the side and then immediately set up on that 2v1 on stage. And they've been able to pick up some pretty clutch damage off of it. Weapon throw coming in, hitting his teammate, but still broke up the exchange.
Man, Blue is insane on this ball, hitting that NSIG onto TM, isolating Delta currently.
Oh, nice stare.
But it doesn't even matter, he just hits the Sair, gets out of it. And Cresu now. Being a bit rough.
There it is. Oh, nice side sig. And they're about to be up 2-0 in the set as long as I can hold it together here. Delta's looking pretty rough, but so is Cresu. Cresu playing great support, staying out of the way.
Blue knocking him out of the way though himself. getting him off
Yeah.
stage. Delta looking to capitalize, but not gonna quite be able to.
Moving into that edge guard position, Delta just saring his way across the map, continuing to stay out of the way and pick up a little damage here and there. Oh, held it. That recovery way up to the sky. Delta looking for that weapon drop. He's not able to get it. Sair to the back of the head is going to get it done. And Blue and Kresu need one more game to be your Love and War 2v2 champions.
Sticking on that Kaya naturally as they won the two games just now. This is gonna be exciting.
It is. It is.
I'm a bit surprised not seeing any adjustments from TM and Delta, but Delta looking very comfortable on that 84 Terros. TM.
Yeah.
I don't think we even need to mention. Pardon the misspeak.
No, I think that matchup has been working out really well for them. And granted, they may be down in this set right now, but it has proved well for them all day long. No reason to change the game plan this late in the game.
He is gonna swap the drip a bit down, going from those
Yeah.
Guardian boots to the Gold Forged.
Sometimes that's all you need. You just need
Yep.
a drip swap.
This is a Pappy tech, as it's known.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. All right. This could be our last game of the day. I certainly hope not. I'd love to see reverse sweep right now, but we'll have to see what happens in these last 3 games. We are
Oh,
going to Miami Dome.
Ramen.
Yes, sir.
1, brawl.
Love to see it. Delta starting up high. He's gonna go for his own weapon rather than the enemies and pick up the hammer. Looking strong with it. Man, instantly the blue team getting some 2v1 conversion.
They've been, you know, that's almost been the difference. They've been able to convert those, where red team hasn't really been able to. It's just absolute instinct. They just fall into position and they looking to set up those 2v1 engagements. You see blue hit the Sair, knocked Delta over, went right back to turn around to center stage to see what was there. That is the game plan. Kresu, maybe an early stock coming off of him. Oh,
Nope,
got the
blue
reversal
runner.
and blue. Nice reversal coming off them battle boots.
My goodness, that recovery goes so high.
Oh my, Delta! Nice recovery, and they are up 2 stocks right now.
Kresu looking to even that up. Not gonna be able to get anything unarmed except the Sair onto TM, but that's not gonna be quite enough. He's not damaged enough yet. Sider onto Delta. Blue looking for the opportunity here. Not gonna find it, but a side sig taking out TM. First stocks are off. Everybody except Delta. Still keeping on. Oh,
Nice.
there we go.
Who's looking? Everything's a little more even now. They got those stocks back. They need to shut down TM. He's able to do so much work off stage and separate the team. Oh, getting a twofer right there.
Don't even need to separate them if you can hit both at the same time.
Yeah. The way he is able to stage control, he just posts right. Oh, switch over to gauntlets. Okay, we're gonna see a little mix-up from him.
Looking for that KO.
Willingly switching over to gauntlets.
Ooh, Delta barely missing that Sider follow-up, but Kresu is in a rough position. Blue gonna come in to assist him, almost KOing him with that friendly fire recovery.
There goes Kresu being taken off the board, and they have that 2-stock advantage again. Blue trying to stay. See, they're just not able to convert those 2v1s. Blue easily just running and staying out of there. I mean, I know we got the speed off the Kaya, but they weren't even chasing.
Yep. That might be the difference maker here. If if Blue and Kresu get the skill back on Delta, this might be the momentum swing that they actually that absolutely need.
We got great pressure coming out. TM got
There
the
it is.
reversal over the. Oh my goodness. They got to get it right now. Oh no, TM, that's a bad spot. Nice dodge from Blue. He's able to get back up relatively unscathed.
Ooh, they're looking for the early kill on Delta. Not gonna quite get it. He's gonna be able to get the perfect dodge. And
Oh,
TM
God, pop
getting
off,
Kresu
pop
off the
off.
side. Nice. Ooh.
Blue is gonna have to go next year. Oh my god. The absolute disrespect coming off them battle boots right now.
I mean, the sheer
Switching over.
concept of kicking your opponent instead of using
Oh,
your hand
yeah.
is pretty disrespectful in and of itself.
There we go. Oh, reaching over, missing the signature. Weapon throws coming out. Nice Sair. But TM still has a whole nother stock to work with. And Blues. Oh, nice reversal. Okay. He's just so deep into that stock. If he can get Delta out of here right now and then have a perfect stock against TM. But no. Oh, that defense. Oh, that second.
Not gonna be enough. And TM and Delta put one on the board after the reset, going up 2-1. They're gonna need 2 straight games in a row though. Where are they gonna go?
I think we're going to a game 5. I think they take this one and we go to a game 5, and then it's a coin toss of who wins game 5.
The way it's looking, this is absolutely how this is gonna play out. Going back to Apocalypse.
Back to APOC. It has served them well. You know, they were winning. They won those first 2. They switched off of the APOC or Demon Island pick and got those weird platforms in there, and they didn't have the same momentum that they had. So we'll see if going back to APOC and keeping things simple is able to switch us up for them. TM right on those battle boots, so going straight to work on Kresu. Oh.
We're trying to put some damage onto Delta in return. Doing a good job of it so far. D-Light, Sidelight, D-Light, Cider, putting lots aside. But Delta though, getting Kresu in return.
Oh, big O side sig.
And TM just getting hit after hit onto blue.
Like we say, guys, Kresu and blue, this is your reset. They can get it done with a win right here. But TM and Delta are fighting with everything that they have. And just the damage output is just crazy. We're seeing everybody just in super red in that first stock. Kresu is the first to fall.
Wonderful follow-up there from TM. Delta, image signature cannot punish blue for that hit.
Oh, man.
And Macho Man coming in, stealing the kill onto Delta.
If he can pick it up. Kresu was looking to get that knockout off of TM over there on the right side. Could not get it done, though.
There he goes, TM. Blue left with the last person on 3 stocks.
Oh, okay. But it ends up with blue finally losing that first stock.
Okay, nice little team combo from Delta and TM onto Kresu. He's looking to be getting into that kill percent. Yeah, maybe looking for a KO here. There's gonna be a Sigurd recovery. No, the side air! Interrupted.
Oh. Nothing really breaking off here in center stage. Everybody's being very careful. Kresu and blue trying to wrap this up right here, right now. But they are, oh no. TM and Delta taking that advantage back.
Blue just selecting to respawn faster to get back to Kresu. Trying to assist him here off the side of stage, picking up the spear. This is his chance. This is his weapon.
There it is, there it is. TM continuing to cook over there on the right side of the stage. Blue hitting a nice recovery, coming back up. Trying to take that pressure off, looking to line up on Delta. Sair into weapon throw. Is he gonna need the pressure? He's not gonna go off the stage. Very smart, did not have a weapon to defend himself with. Back on the bow. TM trying to go over and take some pressure off of Delta. Nice recovery to get him back up on stage. And Delta absolutely takes out his teammate. Oh my goodness. The ground pound hit the top of the head. Kresu was out of here though. It is a 2v1 situation. Blue, 2 stocks to 1. Can he get it done?
It's a matter of how clean his spear is. How many hits can he get uninterrupted and unreturned? He's like 2 so far. No, TM answers in kind.
This is doable though. This is doable for both teams. The TM going into that primary spot with Delta sitting back. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's it. We are going to a game 5. That's it. Game 5 in a reset in your grand finals. It all comes down to this final game. You can literally cut the tension in the excitement with a knife. Love and War 2v2s. Who is going to be your champion? We are going to find out in 3 minutes or 8 minutes. Within 8 minutes, we will know, everyone, who is your champion. Delta and TM locking in. No changes coming from them. We're seeing these replays come out, and The way TM just working on those battle boots, we've said it game after game after game.
There's that team kill.
Kresu might be switching something up here. He is the only one who is not locked in yet. Something tells me he's thinking.
Maybe discussing it with Blue, maybe taking a bit of a pause, drinking some water.
Yeah. Something. Stretch those fingers a little bit.
Yeah. It's all... At this point, when you get to this level of play, where the mechanics are so even, it really becomes a game of mental at this level.
And a no swap coming out. He is going to stick to that Macho Man. And we are we're going back to Apocalypse for game number 5. And like I said, guys, it comes down to this. Oh, and you can literally flip a coin. I have no idea who is going to win this. This is absolutely crazy. These guys are so well matched, which is why we're here in a game 5 of Grand Finals Reset.
It all depends on whether Blue and Kresu can isolate these 2v1s. If they can get them split up, that it's their game.
Okay, Kresu and Blue getting good position here. Recovery coming up. Trying to work it with a Nair. Nothing there. Oh. Every time somebody goes off stage with TM, they're on the prowl. I just get nervous. He's just right there, always waiting to pick him up.
Yep. Picking up the bow finally. A nice little Sire pickup from Kresu. Then like gonna come through onto Delta as well. But TM returning the damage. Recovery not gonna be enough.
Top right corner. Man, if Delta and TM can get this game, get the upset, a great elimination bracket run. This would be big for them. Kresu and Blue though, taking off those first 2 stocks.
Looking bigger for Kresu and Blue though. TM still unarmed, finally getting the gauntlets. Will he stick onto them though?
Ooh, that'll work.
Doesn't seem to mind as he lands a nice side sig. Eventually gonna swap off for the battle boost though as he gets the opportunity.
And just kind of throwing those nairs out there, completely uncontested.
Cider hitting both his teammate and Delta. Kresu not feeling too well.
There it is.
There he goes.
Even game, Blue team has the very slight advantage. Delta going off the stage with the Dare, couldn't find anything. Another Dare, can't find nothing.
The N6 so dangerous.
Big recovery.
And like not gonna get punished. Sidesig barely misses the mark. The recovery though is gonna connect. Is gonna put Delta on his last stock. But we've seen this countless times. He's the first on last stock, and then he just lived for 10 years. Has a wife and kids, and dies happily in his 80s.
Right. Lives a whole nother lifetime during that last stock. Absolutely.
Gonna be evened up onto Kresu. Both the Axe characters on last stock. TM though the most damaged person on the board currently. He is the danger man. Blue.
Oh, went for that pogo, but caught a weapon instead.
Not in any capacity save himself. Although both red team members on their last stock.
Everybody's on last stock except for Blue right now. He is the healthiest on the map.
It's up to Kresu whether he can survive until they take out one of these red team members. Pardon me.
Oh, Blue! There goes the stock. Kresu fighting 2v1 over here. Well maintained. That was well played by Kresu. Was able to get a little damage, stay out of the way of everything, and get over to the other side. Pressure coming from Delta now. Kresu is in big trouble. That is his day. It all comes down to Blue, or is TM and Delta gonna get this upset dub?
Ooh, looking like it with that.
Oh, oh no! Oh no! TM reaching out there. Nice recovery. Holding off Blue. Nothing to be found. Oh, and that's it. That's it. They made the losers the elimination bracket run. Got the reset. Took it to game 5 and got the dub. What a good day for them, man.
Absolutely incredible performance there from TM. Delta doing insane as well in the supportive role, keeping TM alive, protecting his back while he was out there taking names and taking stocks.
We try to tell you guys, all you guys losing them points right now. I see the heartbreak in chat. We try to tell you that we tried to let you know that Taros and Tesca pick were just too good today, and for once the commentators got proved right, man. What
For
an
once.
exciting top 8 of Brawlhalla Esports, man. That was a lot of fun.
Yes, sirree. That was absolutely incredible to cast and to watch.
Before we close out, I do want to give another shout out to BMG. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring the community events. You guys do so much for us. The guys in the back production did a spectacular job with the production, the graphics for this event. They look so good, so good. Unfortunately for us, we have crowned our champion. It is going to be a TM and Delta. We're able to go ahead and take the dub today. And that means we have no more games to watch, Evo. And that means
Aw.
it's time for us to go.
Oh well. Till next time. Nah. Let's organize properly. Okay.
All right, man. That is going to do it for us. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Slow Motion, Evo, you guys know where to find us. Do you have any closing words for our fine people in chat?
Nah, man. Just keep on vibing. It's Monday tomorrow. Get a good day. Get a good night's sleep.
There you
Get
go.
up early.
Stay hydrated, gamers.
Yes, sir.
Very important. You guys
Absolutely.
enjoy the rest of your weekend, whatever you have left of it, and we will see you on the next one. You guys enjoy your day.
Peace.